Is there a topic or what's going on here? Is there something
No,
happening?
I don't know.
I think we're kind of just lost in translation here.
No.
I mean, I was just talking
Here's
about.
a whole list of all the different map projections that you can take and use the stars and transpose them on whatever projection you feel the need to. It could be an orthographic view, which is globe. Could be azimuthal equidistant. Could be a mnemonic. Could be Clark's twilight perspective projection. Could be Bryce Meister's. Could be any of the hundreds of different projections, bro. It doesn't prove one way or the other. It's not mutually exclusive to ball. Just because I can transpose the stars to the ground doesn't make the ground spherical, just like the coordinate system of the stars is. You're making that logical leap.
Yeah. Like when you're in the southern hemisphere, it's like the celestial sphere is what it's talking about. You know what stars you're seeing. Doesn't have anything to do with the ground.
Hey guys, I was just clicking through those. Those are cool. That's a good link. But dude, check this one out.
Yeah, the
Wait, is it
ablated
gonna
one.
work? Yeah.
Yeah.
What? Oh, it's not gonna pop.
So, I think part of what the globe earthers are talking about is how the stars in the sky spin in different directions in the northern and southern hemisphere.
That's part of it.
Wait. So it is the argument that I looked up, I saw the stars spin a certain way, therefore I'm going to make a gigantic claim
No.
that the Earth's a ball. So it is literally just saying I saw something, therefore.
No. So
No,
I
okay.
saw
What
something
else did you do
before.
besides seeing it?
You took multiple observations simultaneously. You can't take a single observation because that's basically the realm of flat Earth.
Okay, so multiple people saw something, therefore the Earth is a globe.
That's pretty reductive, but essentially, yes.
Yeah. I don't think that argument is accepted because the entire experience of mankind is that they live on a flat, stationary Earth, and your senses can be fooled. So why would we now allow your argument? If your senses can be fooled, why would we agree with you?
What does that have to do with anything? Like, I think
No, just
everybody
keep in
agrees
mind.
that it can be fooled. Doesn't mean
Just
that
keep
they
in
are.
mind that. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
That was it. Go ahead.
Well, just keep in mind if you're about to start arguing motion, these are the guys that argue they don't know if the tree moved into the car or the car moved into the tree. If you drive your car into a tree, depends on what reference frame you're in. Like before you get into some crazy motion argument.
Yeah, you're going to have to make a claim
Oh,
of absolute certainty at this point. And you don't even believe that in your worldview because you just asked me, how do I, just because your senses can be fooled doesn't mean they're being fooled in the way you're looking at it. But all the flat earthers are being fooled in the way that they're seeing it, right? So now you, sir, are about to drop an absolute certainty claim.
no.
And you don't
just
believe
said
in absolutes.
5 wrong things in as many sentences. Just
Okay,
about
are you
everything you
absolutely
said,
certain the Earth is a globe?
I know it's a globe.
Okay, we're going to define no.
Oh, he also told me that if you pick all but one of the lotto numbers, he said he knows he's going to hit it tomorrow, and then if he doesn't hit it, he say he was still right when he said he knew he was going to hit it. So keep that in mind too.
Yes, keep that very important.
Okay, so you can know something and be wrong about that. Is that
Yes.
correct? Is that what your claim is?
That's
Okay. So then therefore I argue you're wrong.
okay.
Yeah, and you have to concede to that point, and now you
I
would
concede
probably
that
never speak up in this debate ever again,
I
honestly,
concede
with that
that's your
position.
claim. That's fine. I say you're wrong. Both of us
No,
know
you
that
made that claim. That's not my claim. That was your
you,
claim. You said if
you
you bought every lotto ticket except one, you know you win, and then when you didn't win the next day, you'd say you were still right, even though you were obviously wrong. So that's your claim.
yeah. Do you know it's flat?
I know that every single measurement that we take, we're the only ones that measure horizontal to be
Right. That's
level.
right. So are you using a different use of the word no?
Well, like
They've
I'm
also
not. Yeah,
started arguing that if you do that you make a 10-foot level and a 10-foot horizontal on a wall. I don't know if this guy has, but a lot of them have started claiming that's not even a measurement. You can't even measure that. It's gotten past the point of just absurdity with half of this shit, honestly.
I just
yeah.
want
Do
to
you,
Carry
yeah.
on, please.
flat.
Well, isn't that the point of the debate, though? Is like we ask you guys questions and then you go to absurdity. So now we've reduced your position to absurdity. Like that's a tactic, right? It's called reductio ad absurdum.
Well, the tactic is how we got here in the first place, talking about how we know things, frankly. So I just wanted to close this quick door, and we can maybe move on to something
You
else.
seem to be on
You
that
know
topic.
that
You seem to be the one on.
yeah, you brought us here. So do you know that it's flat?
I didn't bring us here. I
Or
didn't
maybe
bring
you're
us here.
comparing me.
I think it's flat. Yeah, I think it's flat going by the measurements. Yeah.
You think it's flat, so you don't know.
Hey,
Hold on, Gio. I need an answer.
well, it doesn't seem like you guys quite have a topic, but I was going to say real quick, can this celestial theodolite thing, can it be done with the sun or the moon?
I'd love to. Let's visit that, but I want Tor to say if he knows it's flat.
Nope, I don't. I think it is. I think
It's
the
Okay.
almost
evidence for it is. I have faith and I trust that it is. Yeah, but I think I'm well justified in my belief to the point that I could claim knowledge of it. But
Mhm.
because of what tactics you're employing right now, I'll just go with I believe and I think it's flat.
Well, I don't know what tactics you think I was employing. I'll tell you exactly where I was going with this. I expected you to say that you knew it was flat, which I would have accepted. I would have told you I know it's a globe. Both of us know something, and one of us is wrong.
Yeah, and I would
But
argue you also think and believe it's a globe, just like I think and believe it is flat. Because, and I can do it easily just by adapting your worldview, right? So what I could do is just hold the mirror up to you at this point and do an internal critique and ask you if there is any form of absolute knowledge.
I don't know what absolute means in that reference. I suspect, taking that question in the spirit with which it was asked, I would expect my answer would be no to that. But it depends how
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
defining that.
Yep. So therefore, you think you think the Earth is a globe, and you believe it based upon evidence, and you
Yeah,
feel
well,
those
that's
are
not.
well justified, and we have shown you how they're fallacious and not well
You
justified.
have tried to show them to be fallacious. I've rejected all of those. All of this is simply to say that knowledge can be fallible, and there's nothing wrong with that.
No doubt. Yeah, you don't know the Earth's a globe. No, yeah, I
all right.
get it.
Real
It's
quick to
still
answer your
knowledge.
question,
You
Gio.
know, it just could be.
Yeah, you guys both know everything. Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah, this
I'm
is
just
getting
kidding.
nowhere.
No, I'm
But
just joking. Go. Yeah. Do you have? Yeah.
it's possible, but it's really hard to occlude the entire moon with the mountain peak. Like if you saw the 39 Aquarii video, remember how it showed like 39 Aquarii right underneath the moon, and then you see the moon get set beneath the mountain too. You could, but it would be a lot harder to do. For example, Canigoo, right? You try to catch the sun getting occluded by the mountain, and it's not fully occluded. So it would be tough, but it'd be cool if you could try.
Well, couldn't you do like the last second that the like the
That
last
angle would
bit of
be
the
so tight. It would be so tight, though.
yeah.
You know what I mean? It would be like a 1 degree angle. It would be very tight. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it'd just be really hard to
Be
do.
like the very last like little bit of light you can see, like of the sun, for example, and then go off that is like the best you could do. But yeah, and with refraction, it's probably not as accurate as a star.
Right? Star is solid, man. All right, Jeremy, this one's for you. Are there more doors or wheels in the world?
That's gonna give him flashbacks actually to a very rough month in our lives that was
I would
thoroughly
say
debated.
that I would say there's more wheels, sir.
Here we go.
I mean, it's got to be doors, right? Because if every single house, hey, there's a car there, it like limits the amount of wheels, and then the house has many doors. You know, I don't know. It's a good question.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on how abstract you want to be. If you consider anything that's a circle a wheel, then it could be more wheels. But if you're using like only car wheels, it's probably more doors.
You mean like circle by the definition of circle that's equidistant from all points from the middle? Because that doesn't even exist.
Or like almost a circle, or like, a circle shape.
Sorry, Gio. I'm sorry.
Well, dude, I was gonna say actually about the topic from before. Yeah, like,
Please.
is there any rebuttal that if you were to track that same star that you're going to use for the occlusion of the mountain, and when that star like rises and mark it there, and then even like you can mark it in sections, or you could just track it all the way, and then by the time it occludes, is there any rebuttal against like if that can all be timed, and it's correct, and the star is not uh, going faster or slower or doing anything to refract out of position? Doesn't that show that it's not refracting out of position? Is there any rebuttal to that?
Not that I've heard so far.
Because like if they're saying it's in any way like, oh, it's refracted, therefore that's why you're getting this globe thing. If they're in any way using it refracted, then
Change the timing. Yeah.
yeah, it
And
would be a
then
different.
Yeah.
So
Well, it would be a
I
different timing on their model. Yeah, exactly. And it would and if they're claiming anything's refracting, then you'd have to show it actually moving out of its real position into its apparent position.
So if you're asking for like, how do we know that there is refraction? If you do that with a star while it's in the sky, and
No one asked that.
I understand what he's asking. So if you take the timing, not like from rise to set, but you time the angles that it's moving through the sky, you'll see it change. What's the word? The rate of change of the angle is going to change as it gets closer to the horizon.
The derivative.
Kind of, yeah. Yeah, that would be the derivative.
Dude, it's just so awesome that we're right. And I don't mean for like ego boosting reasons. I mean just like it's amazing that it actually is just not a globe. It's awesome. It just means that like it's only a matter of time, and humanity will be liberated from this bind we're in.
Yeah, I mean, if you still believe you're not a, tilting, wobbling water ball flying through the vacuum of space at breakneck speeds, and that we played golf on the moon and drove a little buggy around it, then I feel bad for you, son.
What kind of liberation do you foresee, Gia?
You got 99 problems, and space is one. Oh man.
They had shrimp cocktails and beef Wellington on the way to the moon. Wild. And then sat in their own shit for 6 days, apparently. I guess. I don't know. How did they go to the bathroom? Ridiculous.
Yeah, that's like a recipe for diarrhea right there.
It's just ridiculous. And then you even have like Elon Musk in a recent video on Joe Rogan where Joe's asking him like, are we able to remote control things from Earth on Mars? And even he said no because of the speed of light factor. It would be impossible. Yet you have, claims that they've been remote controlling a helicopter and all these things from Earth. So it's like they can't even get their story straight, dude.
Have they? Like in real time remote control? Because I'm pretty sure they just send up programs.
Yeah, well, he said it was autonomous. It's just crazy to believe, dude. Yeah, people who sign up to go to Mars are literally just gonna die. And they're just gonna off you.
I think you should be more optimistic. I mean, it's possible that we could go to Mars one day. And if it is possible, that's a good goal for humans to have.
What if it isn't possible? Then what do you think they're doing with these people?
I mean, I guess it's like a satanic sacrifice if they know it's not possible.
Yeah, of course it's not possible. We live in a pressurized system that's contained. Can't leave
Well,
low Earth orbit, according to themselves.
I mean,
Yeah,
it
so
could
if
be
it's possible that it's possible that it's a satanic ritual, why don't you get on the plane and then we'll just find out?
No, don't do that.
I mean,
I wouldn't want you to die, bro.
Bro, I feel like if you could actually really leave this globe, it would have just been like everybody would have already like bounced by now. People would have been making rockets in their backyard and firing out there and going places, and it already would. It's just wild to think that they've just like kept us all on the ball, and then they're the only ones that are going 20,000 miles an hour, free falling around it. And when I say they, I'm just saying like these governments, they're really the only ones that actually go to space. So yeah, it's kind of crazy the transition there that they sell people.
It's a crazy lie, dude.
It is. That's
It's
why
like,
we're
hey,
talking.
let's not fix what's here on Earth. Let's not fix that. Let's have an escape plan for humanity and invest billions and trillions of dollars in something that they know is actually impossible. So then that would just mean it would be the biggest money laundering scheme of all time. And then combine that with like, oh, we need space weapons, space war. That is the most expensive money laundering project ever conceived, and it's genius because not only is it only certain access with certain people and certain weapons contractors, but now, you have the entire public thinking that it's for the greater good, right? So keep that money flowing in.
well, I actually have an objection because can't you see the ISS from a telescope?
Okay. Does that mean
So, I
there's
mean,
people aboard it and that it's an actual spacecraft?
well, I mean, I had to get there somehow, and, it is in orbit, so, I mean, I think that kind of proves a little bit.
Doesn't mean that there's people aboard.
Well, by orbit, you're talking about an observational something in the sky that is moving, as it were. So how does that, just because you see something tracking in the sky, how does that relate to? Because that would happen over stationary planar surface, of course. And how are you then tracking that would then be free falling around a sphere in a vacuum?
Well, I'm just
Not
saying,
maybe
we know the
Starlink.
ISS is man-made, so humans put that up there, and we know that you can just, if you're in orbit, you're not going to fall. So you could just, that at least proves maybe space may not be real, but you can at least get to orbit. So, space weapons could probably, or weapons could be real.
Well, hey, do you know how far away the ISS is and how big it is just off the top of your head, dude?
No.
Do you think that you could see a 747 from 100 miles away?
Probably not.
How
How
about
about
double
150?
that distance?
No, but I said you can see the ISS with a telescope.
Let's go up by 50s.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jim.
No, I'm just joking. I'm just saying go up by 50s. He said he couldn't at 100, but then 150, 200, 250. I'm just joking.
I get what he's saying with the telescope. You could zoom in on it, but I've seen pictures of what they allege to be the ISS in front of the moon, And that angular size is way too big. I mean, it's just the math is so not even close to working out that you just have to gloss it over. There's no way to explain.
Well, here, you guys want to see something interesting about Starlink? Check this out. Look at this little graph here.
Or what if it's a lot closer? Angling and local.
You see that little
Oh,
graph?
word, yeah. I don't deny that could be that, you know. And then Carnivore says in the chat, "Can you show us the math?" Are you kidding me? You think you can see a 747 from like 100 something? Get out of here. This is where shit gets ridiculous.
But yo, check this out. Even with Starlink, right? Since 2021, they have 971 of them inactive and 945 of them burned. They don't stay up there
What?
forever. They don't stay
Wow.
up there forever.
They even tell you. That's crazy.
Yeah. Why not?
That seems like a major waste of resources just to get to the internet to some remote locations. What the heck?
No, but like, why not? Why don't they stay up? Like, how is there 1,000 of them that have been burned already?
How much does each one cost?
I don't know, but to me, it sounds like once you have it in a low Earth orbit, quote unquote, whatever just propulsion they're using up there, it's not sustainable. Just going off of their data, like I want to hear a good explanation of why 1,000 of them were burned, and another 1,000 became inactive, which is why they need to continually send them up.
Well, I saw a video of one of the SpaceX things falling into Earth, like falling out of orbit, and it was like burning in the atmosphere as it came down.
Yeah, I'm not saying that there isn't anything flying overhead.
No, yeah,
I'm
I'm
not.
just saying like
Yeah.
that's how it burns when it falls out of orbit and then comes into the atmosphere. I think it burns up.
But how is it that there's so many of them? Comparatively to the ISS that's been up there for 20 years or anything like that.
I guess the technology's gotten better.
If it's gotten better, then why is there more burning?
Well, I guess, yeah.
You know what I mean? It's supposed to be state of the art. We're supposed to figure this shit out, right?
I guess there's just more burning because there's more satellites.
Well, it says in May 2018, SpaceX estimated the total cost of designing, building, and deploying the constellations would be at least $10 billion.
Yeah, it's pretty weird.
A lot of money to throw in the trash, dude.
And listen, I've seen, like little mock-ups from DARPA about quote unquote etheric propulsion. And like it is possible to have things above your head, but the claims that they make, about it being orbiting, free falling, and constantly falling around the Earth, I think it's ridiculous.
Pseudophysics.
Yeah. Pseudophysics to hide real physics.
Or as Jeremy likes to say, pseudophysics. You gotta pronounce it pseudo. Oh, pseudo. With the P.
Pseudo.
Yeah, that physics, like what we actually observe is that things fall down. They don't free fall around. Although vortexes kind of can in a way. There is a little bit of that pattern, but it's not. Like, there's no physics that shows what they claim the physics of the globe is in space. So it's basically just a big, like, it's too big for you to check. And it's a model. That's your world. or the world they're selling, anyways.
Well, I mean, we're always trying to improve our model. We're humans. We're always, working together, trying to make improvements.
So when you go to sleep and you wake up, 6-8 hours later, are you in the same place you were?
Yes.
Or have you moved?
I mean, I moved slightly, but I'm in the same general place.
By slightly, you mean like a few feet, or are you talking like millions of miles?
Like a few feet, few inches.
Yeah, so you don't think that this whole place we're in is in motion?
Are you talking about like the Earth rotating around the sun?
Or just, yeah, I guess like the Earth itself, but the whole thing really, I mean, on the globe model, the whole thing is, I mean, do you think we're in motion? Yeah, do you think the Earth is in motion?
Yeah, I do.
Is the sky in motion as well?
Well, the sky is part of the Earth, so yeah.
Well, so how is the Earth part in motion? Like the ground and the soil and the rocks?
Well, I think according to the model, it's because, there's massive, the gravity of the galaxy is like pulling us and stuff like that. It's like we're rotating around the black hole. Like there's a black hole at the center of the galaxy, and so that's kind of making us, rotate around it.
I can't believe you guys still talk about, black holes and dark matter and all that stuff when the model is in crisis. Like it's circling the drain. I don't understand why you guys keep bringing it up.
Circling the drain. Oh man, what an image. There's the globe, just ooh, that's tough. But the globe's also kind of like well, the stranglehold on humanity is kind of getting exhausted to where, yeah, something needs to shift.
Hey, Larry, have you seen Alan's presentation on what happens when they? Oh, I can't remember the name of the tensor, but it's a very famous tensor that basically, assumes that the universe is homogeneous, right? And it's how they do all their calculations for like the Big Bang and stuff like that. But as soon as they incorporate a black hole in it, it fucks up their entire tensor calculations.
I got to break in for 1 second. Who believes that we're in the galaxy? Who took the picture of that galaxy? And it shows a big star in the middle and these big arms rotating around. Where did that picture come from, by the way? That's what I want to know.
Kelly, the light.
I think it came from the Hubble. I could be wrong on that, though. I'm not 100% sure.
So I think he asked who was talking about that. Sasha, is that what you go by these days? What was the guy's name who was talking about the galaxy and I brought it up. Don't worry, bro. I'm not gonna wreck you.
I think his wife was in the background doxing herself. So
Yeah. So, apparently they took photos in every direction of the galaxy. Since we're inside of the Milky Way, we couldn't, send the telescope outside of the galaxy. And they build a 3D model based off all the observations they make. So it's not an actual photo. It's more of a model. But that's just for the galaxy, right?
Yeah, but you guys.
Yeah, well,
Go ahead.
I think the Milky Way galaxy is a fantasy. Is what I think. There's no way they could come up with a photo like that. Even 3Ding it from the Earth, taking pictures in all directions. There's no way you would come up with that photo. Though The galaxies are nothing but fantasies. You're Star Trekking, bro. You're Star Trekking.
Well, I mean, why is it a fantasy? We have all this amazing technology on Earth right now that you can use. Why don't we have space technology also? I mean, we have computers, the internet, we have all this amazing technology. Humans are a lot smarter than you give them credit for.
Well, I don't know. They don't go back. You know what I mean?
Well, I want to correct what he said about, like we see the lights in the sky, right? But as to what they are, we can only observe what they are. So, it's one of those things to where you guys have all these descriptions of what you think you're seeing, and you can describe things mathematically, but the further you deviate from the experiment, that's how you get a crisis, right? So you can't really just describe things mathematically because that's kind of like weak shit compared to like experimental science. So if you want to have these beliefs, like sure, great, fine, have your beliefs or whatever, but there's no way to like verify that it's working, and every time they try to verify, they're verifying that it's not working.
Bingo. Thank you.
I mean, you're kind of just claiming something. You're claiming that they're verifying that's not working without explaining that at all.
What do you mean without explaining it? The crisis in cosmology is explaining itself. You just got to do the research. Like it's not working, not the way that they're
Are
describing
you
it.
talking
Because
about how the universe is expanding and like that's causing the cosmological problem?
yeah, Hubble's constant and Einstein's constant. They can't both exist in the same universe. Like you can't have your black holes and your expanding space and your dark matter too. It's not.
Yeah, I mean, this is like on the edge of physics. Like these are like unsolved problems, but that doesn't mean the Earth is flat because we don't understand the whole universe.
No, bro, you're over the edge on physics and you've wandered off into describing things with mathematical models, and you're outside of physics. You're falling, you're free falling and circling the drain.
I mean, yeah, I think Einstein's model is probably wrong. I think quantum physics is probably correct, if I had to guess.
So, whoop, there goes gravity. There goes your stories about galaxies and all that stuff. Like, we can look at the galaxy, okay, that exists, something is up there, but as far as describing it with a space-time continuum and a vacuum, and there's no such thing as a vacuum, and then, everything's all relative, well, there's actually absolute space. So, it's not working.
Yeah, but sure, like physics, we don't have a complete model of physics, That
Right,
doesn't
so
prove anything, though.
if you think that gravity is real and, galaxies and all that stuff, you're basically a fundamentalist if you think that gravity is a fundamental force. So you're a religious fundamentalist.
I mean, I don't know how gravity works exactly, but I know that it attracts things to a center of mass. And that may not be the exact mechanic, but that's, that might not be the perfect way to explain it, but that's basically what happens.
Well, once you go into explaining, the universe and galaxies that way, like you're basically ignoring the experimental science and observations and going with a preconceived notion of, no absolute space or time. It's all relative. And at that point, things fall apart. Like Einstein came about not knowing about Hubble, and then Hubble happened, and then it's like, oh shit. So it just, those two things, they don't match.
I mean, yeah, the universe is a very complex thing. Humans have only been doing science for, not that long. It's
And they
probably going
haven't,
to take, a long time to figure out.
You're contradicting yourself, bro. You're saying it's going to take all this time to figure out. We don't know all this much and this and that, but yet you're going to say they got these photos of galaxies and all these things. We're in this galaxy in this arm of this Milky Way galaxy, and we got this picture or put together somehow a photo where we exist in the universe. And I'm sorry, bro. You're grasping at straws and every stretch and every angle that you approach this thing at. You're grasping at straws. And I'm sorry, Sasha, because I think you're a pretty good kid. I like you and all that, but you're grasping at straws, bro. We don't have the information that you're thinking that we do. We don't. They're making guesses. They're just like he said, fundamentalist. Just that's all it is.
Well, what we do is we build a model, and then we see evidence that contradicts it, and then we refine our model. It's just a process of constant refinement to try to make it better. And, so far that's the best model we have. I mean, there's a lot about modern science that I actually disagree with. Like, modern science says that, it's impossible for humans to have a soul. I actually think all humans have a soul, I think there's a lot of metaphysical thing that science can't explain.
But don't they try to rephrase it like as put it the mind, right? Or you think the
Yeah, but
mind and souls is different?
yeah, I think they're different. Yeah. I think the mind is like more to do with the brain, but the soul is more to do with like, the spiritual realm.
Or yeah, well, yeah, it's kind of like in a way, right? Soul kind of involves with your emotions, but with the mind is more of a to filter the reality within our mind, within this reality. But I don't know how what do science defines the soul, or do they indulge in it?
I mean, the soul is kind of a metaphysical concept, so I don't think the science really can, explain metaphysics because it transcends physics. You need philosophy for that.
Well, I know that some people do feel like it goes back to empirical evidence or some kind of evidence or some convincing wording or just to convince them that you have a soul. But they do tie it a little bit with empirical evidence.
Right, but I think the soul is non-material, so I don't really think empirical evidence is even possible for such a concept.
Well,
Anyways, I didn't really mean to derail the whole conversation. Um, does anyone else have any truth questions for me? I mean, I thought it could be flat also for a little while, but I don't know. I just feel like it's not really possible anymore.
What was it about the sky that made you believe that the ground was spherical?
That's kind of a trick question. It wasn't just the sky. It was kind of like, everything.
Okay, then let's ask a more narrow question. What was it about the ground that made you think the ground was turning?
Uh, I just, I think there's a lot of contradictions in the flat model now, like the sun and stuff like that.
Wait a minute, you ran from it when I said the sky. So I narrowed it down to put your feet back on the earth, to ground you a little
Okay,
bit.
well,
So what's
it
it
felt
about
like
the...
you were trying to trap me up first, and then I realized actually no.
Okay, well, you lead me on a wild rabbit chase.
I mean, yeah, the sunset on a flat Earth doesn't really make sense. I think,
It's just an argument from incredulity.
the stars spinning in the northern hemisphere and then a different direction in the southern hemisphere, that doesn't really make sense.
I'm not even going to address that one.
Yeah, that's one because that one's really hard to disprove.
Why are you alive? Why does that make sense?
Well, because God wanted me to be alive.
So what's the difference?
Well, I mean, asking why I'm alive is a little, that's kind of like a deep question, but asking why the stars are spinning one direction.
It's all kind of
That's-
deep, though. I mean, you're kind of simplifying something could be very deep, I mean, have you ever touched the stars? Do you think you can have like a one-on-one relationship with the stars?
Maybe. I don't know. Probably not, though.
Well, that makes sense. That other shit you said doesn't.
I mean, the stars spinning in a different direction more has to do with like looking up in one direction if you're in the northern hemisphere and looking down if you're in the southern hemisphere, which makes sense on a globe.
So when you change directions and go from looking north to south, you think that makes the stars change direction to where they're now spinning in an opposite direction? You think that you're affecting the motion of the stars when you turn around?
So when you're in the southern hemisphere and you look up, you're actually looking down. Like from your perspective, you're looking up, but if you were to like think about it from the map, you'd be looking down, right? So that explains why you'd be looking in different directions.
Is there anything that you can do to affect the motion of the stars?
No, sir. No, sir.
So you don't make the stars spin in an opposite direction. They're just spinning in the direction that they're already going. You have no effect over the stars. So why do you guys say that? Like, how's that evidence of the ground?
Well,
Make the connection for me.
it's because the stars are not spinning. It's the Earth that's spinning.
Are you not aware of relative motion? Or do you think that everything has an absolute motion? You're saying the Earth itself is spinning, so the
Yes.
Earth has absolute motion. So that goes back to Newtonian, which makes you like a fundamentalist.
No,
There
I'm
is
not.
no absolute motion under Einstein.
Well, what I mean is it looks like the stars are orbiting, not spinning. The Earth is spinning, but it looks like the stars are orbiting around a celestial pole.
It looks like you have to choose if there's an absolute motion of Earth spinning around a celestial pole or not. So, are you a fundamentalist or not?
Are you asking if I believe in relative motion or absolute motion?
I'm asking if you only believe in absolute motion. Like relative motion's just a concept, but absolute motion is reality. That's what I'm asking.
I guess if you're like outside of the universe, absolute motion would be a thing, but if you're inside, it's relative.
You can never be outside of the universe, bro. You can't even leave Earth, so I don't know what you're talking about. Can you rephrase?
Yeah, okay, so I guess I believe in relative motion then.
Well, then the Earth is not absolutely spinning around an axis, then, is it?
Okay, I feel like this is just like word games that you're playing with
It's
me.
not. It's not. I'm trying to get you. Okay, it's like it's one or the other, right? Absolute motion or not. If you want to just believe whatever you want, whenever the time is that you need to believe it, and that helps you like hold your worldview together, like I guess that's kind of weird, but I guess you could do that. Just it's like a fundamentalist belief that you have that it can be absolute when I need it, and it could be relative when I need it,
Well,
whenever
it's
I
spinning
need to
around
make
an
it work.
axis. The Earth is spinning around an axis, right? So I guess it is absolute in that sense.
Well, then you're going back to the fundamental forces when you know that there is no fundamental force known as gravity. They can't detect it anywhere in any of the experiments.
I wasn't
So,
even talking about gravity. I just said the Earth is spinning around an axis.
well, if you're going with the absolute axis, then that's Newtonian. You understand that, right? He
Not
believed in
really.
absolute motion, like the spin of the Earth.
Yeah, I guess if you want to call that absolute, it sounds kind of confusing to say it like that.
It's kind of like the moral question: is it objectively wrong to rape and pillage for fun and harm people that didn't do anything to you? Is it objectively wrong?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Okay.
In my opinion.
So, is it objectively true that the Earth is spinning around an axis?
In my opinion, yes.
Right. So, if I were to say, but it's all relative, man, you see, because what we could do is say that the Earth isn't moving. We can't do that, right? Like, we can't just say that.
Well, I guess you could say like the whole universe is spinning around the Earth, but that would be
Right. You
kind
don't
of,
believe that. That'd be absurd, right?
yeah.
Because the Earth is absolutely spinning and the motion of the universe is relatively stagnant because of the vast size of the universe from your worldview, right?
Yeah.
Right. So, what do you think about them teaching in schools that, the Earth is absolutely spinning around an axis objectively? But when you get to the collegiate level, they start teaching you about Einstein, and actually, could be that the universe is spinning. We don't know. All motion is relative. Like, you see how both of those things don't congeal, but everybody thinks that. It seems that layman people think that you could just interchange between Newtonian and Einsteinian when really they're diametrically opposed. Do you see the conundrum there?
Well, I don't think it's that much of a problem
Wait,
because they're basically the same thing.
is
It's just
subjective
how you want to look
morality
at
and
it.
objective morality like the same thing? Those two are like opposed to one another, right?
Yeah, but we're not talking about objective or subjective. You're talking about is the Earth spinning or is the universe rotating around the Earth? But
I think it's a very good analogy. If you don't
they
like my
lead.
analogy, that's fine, but I think it's a good analogy.
I mean, I think it's fine to teach people that the Earth is spinning around an axis because that's basically what's happening. That is what is happening.
Well, quite a few people would disagree with you and say, no, actually, all motion is relative, and you've just placed your hypothetical, baseless assertion reference frame on the Earth as if it's spinning. When really it could be that you know, you could put your reference frame on the stars and they're spinning.
Well, they wouldn't be spinning; they would be rotating.
You know what I meant.
Yeah, I mean, that
They're in
seems
motion.
pretty unlikely that the whole universe is doing its thing around Earth rather than the other way around.
Well, that's what Einstein teaches, that, you know, all motion is relative. It could be one or the other. It just depends on where you put your camera over which thing. Like, you could put your camera over the Earth or over the sun or over the moon, and everything's still moving in the same pattern, just relative to that object, whether it's the moon, Earth's moon, could be stationary and everything could be revolving around it.
Yeah, but don't you think that's kind of a weird, like, doesn't that go against Occam's razor to assume the whole universe is spinning around the Earth?
It's just a reference frame, my dude. They're just, you know, they're basically saying this is what I put my camera over, and the mechanics of the entire model, nothing else changes. They're just putting their camera over the moon or over the Earth or over the sun. Just
Like, okay, yeah,
arbitrarily
like,
put your camera here. Like, you could basically have your house as the reference frame for the entire universe. Like, everything's spinning around my house. Like, my
yeah,
house
that's
isn't in
basically what
motion.
we're doing with the Earth. If you consider the Earth your house,
Right. But why would you choose to say there is no center when, you know, the microwave background radiation has like patterns that they've discovered that it actually does look like the Earth is the center? It's like the opposite of what they said.
well, no, the way the universe works is it's expanding at every point, which is kind of confusing. So every point in the universe is expanding away from that point. So whatever point you're making your observations from, it's going to look like that's the center.
And see, now you're going back to the relative motion. You're flip flop. It's just whatever you need at the time.
That's not relative, though. That's just how the universe works. It's constantly expanding at all places.
So it's both objective motion and relative motion, just whatever you need it to be at the time.
Yeah, it's the yin and the yang. It's both.
Well, thanks for sharing your belief. I, however, believe in objective motion, right? It's objectively true that the sun, moon, and stars make a revolution overhead once roughly every 24 hours. So my
Okay.
belief is based on observation.
And how is that
And
possible on a flat Earth?
how is it possible that that's what we witness? Just because you can't understand it, you can't understand why we witness what we witness, but that's what we see.
Well, no, I have an explanation for it, but I don't think the flat Earth does.
What did you say?
No, I said the Earth model, the globe Earth model, can explain why that happens, but I don't think the flat Earth model can. Hello?
Yeah, so because there's explanation power, right? You think that adds like validity? Because couldn't any village idiot give an explanation of what they saw? But it's the verification of the authenticity of the explanation. That's where you're lacking on. You don't have that. You don't have a
Well,
way to verify.
the whole point of building a model is so you can explain your reality and understand it. If your model can't explain reality, then what's the point in having it as a model?
But the model is not explaining reality because
So dark
of the
matter doesn't
crisis.
explain reality. Dark matter
Yeah.
doesn't explain reality, bro. You got the same problem. Like your critique of flat Earth is essentially all the problems that we point out as far as globe, bro. You just see.
Well, I
Which
don't
is then just
necessarily
me, but
believe
we're
in
also
dark
authority.
matter, you
But I
know?
mean,
Dark matter is like a theoretical concept. I don't even think all mainstream science agrees with what dark matter is, but, you know, to say that
hey,
that's like a lot different than comparing the celestial poles, which, you know.
Cool. Quick question for you. Like, we're kind of dealing with this dichotomy, right? Earth moving or sky moving, which one? Why don't you just say that I could be possibly... What makes you discreetly think that the Earth is moving?
Well, because I don't think, you know, the universe is very big. I think it's a little bizarre to say that the whole universe is, you know, moving around Earth
The only
rather
reason
than
they
the
say it's
Earth.
that big, man, is because they need to move those stars so far away, right, to make it look like it's just a picture that's rolling across the sky. That's why they needed to create the whole concept of the infinity, or this sort of, you know, what is it, expanding thing into nothingness. All those distances so far away. They needed to do that.
I actually believe that the universe is infinite. And the reason I believe that the universe is infinite is because in math, we have numbers that are infinite, like pi. To be infinite is to be divine. The fact that it's
Have you ever
infinite,
counted to infinity?
no, it's impossible.
Is
But we
there a
can.
finiteness to the earthly experience that you can have?
So you know that we can actually use math to prove that pi is irrational, meaning it has infinite digits. So we can never know every digit because it goes on forever, but we can prove that it does go on forever.
Suppose you want to keep going down into small or something versus what is actually to do with the really big. And then I guess you're also just talking about geometry, which, I mean, look, it does have a lot of basis in reality, but not sure you can make the extrusion then to say that your geometric principles that guide that should necessarily govern the entire reality.
No, I'm just saying
I only
that
jumped in for a little bit. If anyone else wants to jump in, please.
Talk about irrational. Huh?
I was just saying that irrational numbers prove that infinite concepts can exist in reality. So if that can exist in math, it probably can exist in the real world too.
Mathematics.
You know, I actually think God is a mathematician. He's a
I thought he was a
mathematician.
poet.
Yeah, he's everything. He's a poet.
Yeah.
He's
That's
an
everything.
architect. Yeah.
You think he's a mathematician? Why are you just discreetly? Why am I jumping back in on this conversation? Why are you discreetly pointing out mathematician when, like, you know, if you think God is everything, then what's the point in pointing out that he's a mathematician?
Well, because I think, you know, math is actually very divine. Like, math is the only objective thing we have in our reality. That's why it's so
Wait, you
important.
think that math is objective?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So, do you know with the black holes they have to divide by 0?
Where does that come in?
Well, when they're doing the math for the black holes, they divide by 0. Can you divide by 0 in math?
You're kind of just like asserting that they divide by 0 without like explaining that.
No, I'm not asserting it. You can look it up. Neil deGrasse Tyson, divide by 0.
I mean, it
He'll
might
tell
be
you.
a really small number. It's probably a really small number, but it's not 0.
Well, when I divide by 0, which I don't, it doesn't work out that way.
What's the difference between infinity, which you said before, and 0? Or you seem to object to 0, but you want to embrace infinity. What's the difference between those two?
Well, 0 and infinity are actually different sides of the same coin. Absolute 0 and absolute infinity are opposites. You know, if you divide by 0, you get infinity. If you divide by infinity, you get 0. You know, on the positive number line, as you approach 0 by your division, it goes to negative infinity, and then on the negatives, it goes to positive infinity. That's the reason why we can't actually have that division, because they expand in different directions. So there must be some sort of connection between negative infinity and positive infinity somehow. That's the loop. That's the circle.
Sometimes I wonder, right, whether or not this sort of perfect inception of mathematics is a form of like geometric mind control. Because I don't know, what do we have? I don't know all the stuff about the history of mathematics and all the rest of it, but I do understand that the decimal system at least came from Arabia or the Middle East somewhere, and it kind of like it does some cool stuff, but I do wonder whether or not you can potentially just get lost in the numbers. And this is why they sort of used other like I don't know what's the like the metric system versus the imperial system. I don't know. Are there any other different forms of mathematics in that regard?
Well, I just want to point out that he takes math as so objective, but math is a language. And yeah, figures can't lie, but liars sure can figure. So in the sense that language is spoken or derived from people, I would be extremely, worried about the subjectivity of the use of the mathematics. Whereas when I describe something, I can describe Superman jumping over, a building with a single bound, right? But that has nothing to do with reality. But I can work it all out mathematically. How many newtons would he need? How much does he weigh? What's his density tissue? All that stuff, right? But how far does it go as far as describing reality? I've completely left objective reality and went off into the metaphysics of language and ideas. That's not objective.
Well, I actually think mathematics can explain the Big Bang. And that's why I think math is so fundamental. Because I think actually, one of the questions I always ask myself is, how is there something rather than nothing? Like, that's kind of a deep question. And I think it's actually because there's something and nothing at the same time. If you add up all the numbers, you actually get 0. So it's like everything has its opposite thing, and that adds up to 0. So it's like there's actually nothing in reality, but there's something at the same time.
So you think the universe is eternal, but at the same time, you believe math like perfectly describes a beginning, known as the Big Bang? Is that what you said?
Yeah, it's called sacred geometry. I think that's what created the Big Bang, was sacred geometry.
So you just anthropomorphize sacred geometry as some sort of creator god, I think.
Well, it's not a god.
Well, did it create? Because that's what gods do. They create, right?
I guess if you want to think about it in that sense, I would say it's more like consciousness used mathematics to create reality. That's what I believe.
Are you saying shapes got together and they created the universe?
Yes, exactly.
I was trying to be funny, but okay. So you actually do believe that shapes, like triangles, rectangles, got together and created the universe?
Well, it's more like sine and cosine waves. A lot of scientists actually say everything is vibration. Well, that's just sine and cosine waves. It's all just partial differential equations.
Okay, here's the question: can we ignore the sky, or do we have to take it into consideration? Can we answer this?
What does that mean exactly?
Do we care what the sky shows? Like, do we care about the stars, anything that's in the sky, the sun, the moon, to come up with a conclusion what the shape of the Earth is?
I would not
Personally, I don't think so. But
inferred.
Well, that's the thing. Every flat
Logically.
earther I ask, they give a different answer, right? So some say it
Every single
matters.
one?
Well, the ones I talked to. So some say,
Well,
yeah,
how
it
do you know what
matters.
the answer is if you're going to talk over the answer? Like, how do you
Okay, go ahead.
know? No, I'm good. I'm just wondering. Can you answer that?
Well, the guy already answered. That's why I was responding to him. He said it depends, and he's right because it depends on who you talk to. Because a lot of the people will say that it matters because the Globers think that it matters. You have to take into account of the sky, right? So some of the flat earthers say yes, it matters just like the Globers, and then some other people like Nathan Oakley will say it doesn't really matter what's in the sky. The measurements of the ground is based on a stationary horizontal flat plane.
If somebody was to come in your house and you wanted to build a fence around your property, would he measure the ground, the property, or would he look up in the sky at some trees or some leaves in the air?
He would measure the property.
So there's your answer.
Yeah, but that's not really. I mean, the measurements are done on the ground. That's correct, but how do you know it's? I guess how do you conclude that it's flat if you don't look at the sky?
Let me ask you a question. You asked me one, right? Let me ask you one. It's
Yeah.
only fair, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you determine the shape of an object if you haven't seen the whole object?
No, you cannot.
The object in its entirety.
No.
Thank you.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I am a truth seeker, so I'm not like a globe-tart here defending the globe. So if your argument is no one has seen what the actual shape of the Earth is, then I would say yeah, you could be correct because theoretically, no one could really see it, right? The only way you would know is based on the stuff they're showing you
Inference.
from
Based on a
space,
shady inference of the sky.
right? Based on space pictures, based on like people's estimation. Like no one could really just go outside and see the shape of the Earth. So there's a section in my mind where it's like it agrees with you that some of the stuff they claim like it's beyond human capability to figure out, right?
Well, they think that they're gods, like they can figure out everything about the creation. But the further they look, the more questions it raises. And because of confirmation bias, sunk cost bias, and anchor bias, they just ignore the information that goes against it to the point to where their model is in crisis.
Yeah, the only thing that screwed the flat Earth community is this 24-hour sun in the south, though.
I don't know what the connection is between the sun and the ground, but it's an inference.
Well, okay. Well, if you use Gleason's map, which a lot of flat earthers don't use, and a lot of flat earthers did use, right? We know if there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, it's not going to work. Now, there's another guy who came up with a model the other day on the flat Earth that basically explained there's a dome, and then there's one sun outside of the dome with a reflection reflecting in. So I'm not even going to get into that one. But what's the question?
I know there are flat earthers that adhere to a model, but once they realize that, wait a minute, this isn't working, they disregard the model, right? And that's the difference between globe earthers and flat earthers. When we see evidence that goes against something, most of us will discard it. And that's why you said there are other flat earthers that are trying to make a new model. That's the cycle. That's the Kuhn cycle right there. Whereas you guys are still stuck on this globe model and lambda-CDM when you know that your model is in crisis. That's the difference.
Well, don't say you guys because I already told you I don't associate with the Globers.
If it doesn't
Okay,
apply,
I'm on the fence, which is called truth seeking, and I see arguments from both sides. So that's why I'm gathering information to basically see more evidence. But the one thing the Globers will say that the flat Earth community doesn't have is that if you ask him a question about any of the subjects, they all have the same answer. For example, what is the distance to the sun? Every single one of them will say 93 million miles, or whatever that number is. Whereas the flat Earth, every single one has their own arguments and view of the world, right? If I go to David Weiss, his perception of reality is way different than Nathan Oakley, than Whitsitt, than all the other guys, right? So everyone's different.
Right, that's because some people have broken out of the programming given to us by the government schools and decided to objectively assess reality for themselves to create a better understanding of why people believe what they believe and why they believe what they believe.
Yeah, it's the dogmatic belief system. When they all have the same answer, that means it comes from the top down. Like you've seen
Right.
the news cycles when the same story word for word is repeated from CBS, NBC, and all of them, right? Word for word. So
Right, Montreal,
that's dogma. Yeah.
great respect to you, right? Because you've, kind of explained the dialetheism that they all exhibit, right? When you ask them about certain things, they'll have, an answer out of both sides of their mouth depending on how you approach the angle and whatever they need at the time, right?
Yeah, yeah. The duality, the dialetheism, the open closed, up is down. Yeah, yeah.
But when you ask them, hey, Glover, what is it that you're skeptical about with your own model, right? They all say dark matter, but they believe Einstein was correct at the same time. Wait a minute. That's dialetheism. Like, you can't say you're questioning dark matter. That's the thing that you're questioning the most, whether it exists or not. When really, that's a gravitational anomaly where the gravity doesn't work at the galactic level, but at the same time, they believe that's the whole foundation of the collapse of a planetary disk into a planetary sphere, like protoplanets versus, worlds that they believe that they can go
Okay.
walk and land on.
Okay, here's the question, okay? Put yourself in my shoes for a sec, okay? So you're gathering information from both sides, relatively new to the flat earth community, okay? So it's only been a year or so that I'm looking at this subject, because before this, I'll be honest, I didn't give a shit about the shape of the earth on a normal basis, but okay, so if you're in my position, what do you do? Who do you go? Do I go to Nathan Oakley? Do I go to Witsit videos? Where do I go?
Take all information in and weigh it against your base knowledge and your base axioms, because everybody's going to have a different point of view, different perspective, different specialities. And I would recommend that you listen to everybody equally, but because the internet is stacked against you with algorithms that the government asked the social media companies to, cartel for you so perfectly that when you search flat earth, everything pops up is going to be anti-flat earth, like 1 to 99 ratio, I'm estimating. Then I guess you better go directly to the source and go around the algorithms.
Well, I
The only
guess
way to
there's
do that is to listen to debates. Thank you.
no, but like there's certain things, right? So, for example, when a lot of the flat earthers that say the distance to the sun is not 93 million miles, when you ask them, they all have different answers. There's some that say 3,000, 5,000, 10,000. I've heard even 60 miles. But then there's some that say it's basically beyond our imagination. We like beyond our capability. We can't never know what the distance is, right? So the people who say that, it aligns more with my ideology. But does that really make you a flat earther, though?
No, it makes you a skeptic. You should be skeptic of all things, especially your own skepticism.
Look, shape is only one attribute, right? I have a meme that says, like, what does it say? Flat Earth is a gateway drug. Yeah, that's it. Flat Earth is a gateway drug, right? So it's not just about shape, it's about all the cosmology. And the more you look into it, the more you're going to see that it just falls apart. Their cosmological model is built on not sand, quicksand, quicksand. It's already fallen, but most people don't know about it.
Listen, flat Earth is a cult, though. You agree, right?
Well, if you mean culture.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. It's a
There's
cult.
a
It's a cult.
culture.
It's true.
Well, what do you mean when you say cult?
How can it be a cult?
Like brainwash.
We haven't got a central tenant. We haven't
This
got
guy.
we haven't got a central tenant. We haven't got a leader. You just said it
there
yourself
is
before.
you do have a leader. It's in your head.
If we're a cult,
we're
hey,
all individual leaders. Like,
right. If we're a
if you think
cult,
I'm a cult,
Yeah, but just think about it. We're sitting on our Discord debating this. You know, you are what you preach.
No, bro.
You are in a cult,
I
baby.
have no leader. There's no leader because who's going to exercise me if I go against the flat earthers, right? Let's say I
He just
go
said
against them.
Yeah, but Messi, the way you're
Who's going to kick
describing.
me out?
Okay, hold on one sec, please. Messi, the way you're describing it, as if these guys are trolling everybody on the internet. They don't really believe this, and they're just doing this to get a kick. Where a lot of the guys here, I don't know about everyone here, I haven't met everyone, but I assume most people truly believe the Earth is flat. They're not just doing this to get kicks.
So let me
No, it's
debunk the
not
whole
about
cult
them getting
thing.
a kick. I'm
Hold
just
on,
saying
hold on.
to
Let
be
me
in a
debunk.
cult doesn't
Hold
mean you
on.
have to get a kickback. You know, like
So I was on the fence for like a year and a half, right? Nobody told me I couldn't come around. Nobody kicked me out. I could go hang out with Globers or Flatties, right? In a cult, that doesn't happen. Like if you leave the cult, like you're done with. Like nobody's ever going to talk to you again. They can't associate with former cult members and the cult members, or the whole
Well,
cult
you're
falls
referring
apart.
to like someone like Jehovah's Witnesses, which is the extreme case of cults, right?
Well, if he's saying it's a counterculture, I agree. But if he's saying it's like a Kool-Aid cult where everybody follows the leader, not everybody here follows the leader. I mean, I've had some, debates with other flat earthers about certain things. Not everybody here believes in electric universe stuff. We all have different beliefs, and we accept that there's going to
yeah,
be
but
different
Larry, let
opinions.
me ask you this: when was that time that you started to think that the Earth was flat? What pulled you in? What pulled you in?
Well, it was the arguments that were being made by the early FEs in 2015, and I started to go debate it for myself. And I realized that everything always has a just so story or a baseless assertion or um, some presumed cause that isn't really there. They always make some sort of logical leap, some sort of fallacious argument. And when the Globers are doing that, it's like, oh, like why do they always have to resort to some sort of tactic or a baseless assertion?
I'll
And
tell
it's
you.
because
Yeah. Go ahead.
it's
Sorry.
because you always have to make a logical leap between what we observe and what they're telling us.
Okay, I'll tell you. I wouldn't say this started me getting into flat Earth and researching the other side, but I'll tell you the one thing that had a big factor for me personally, because as I said before this, I didn't give a shit about the shape of the Earth. So the one thing that triggered it for me was there was a video on YouTube about
The
Thomas
moon landing
Barron.
for me.
No, Thomas Barron. He died in the early days. He was a NASA employee who was a whistleblower, and they basically killed him. That's what did it for me.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
like
moon landing, if being fake, before it used to be, yeah, you had to believe it. Now that there's more evidence that it was fake, the Globers are basically saying, how does that disprove that it's not a globe, right? Now they're moving away from moon landing.
so, Larry, what about all this money that's being funded to NASA? Where is that going realistically? So like they're what are they doing with this money then? What are they researching? What is their purpose of NASA?
You're asking me to speculate, but think about if Kennedy would have said, we want to wage war against brown people, not because we hate them, but because they need Federal Reserve banks. Right? Do you think the American people would have like, yeah, let's do the other thing that he was talking about? Like, no, he had to say we're going to go space explore and, humanitarian benefits for everybody. It's like
Yes. So
they're
do you
saying one
believe in the
thing
other
and doing
planets?
another.
Do you
Like,
believe in the other planets?
you mean the duality of worlds? No, I think this is the only place. This is it,
No,
man.
that's not what he means. That's not what he means.
So there's no such thing as Pluto. There's no such thing as Mars. What about the moon? Is it a light source in your opinion?
I mean, clearly.
I think when you're asking that question, well, I'll just point out two things. One, when you're asking that question, you can't assume a general answer from everybody because everyone's going to think differently. But I'll tell you, like, the way you're asking this, yeah, if you're implying that do we think we could leave the Earth to go to those planets and touch them and stand on them, like the Globers claim in the moon landing, then a lot of the flat Earth community will say no, right? But when you say do you believe in them, like as if your question can we see it in the sky? Well, of course we could see it, right? So you have to be specific about what do you mean do you believe in it? Yeah, I believe it's there. Do I believe that someone could go stand on it? No, there's a difference.
Yeah, but like, so you don't think you can go to the moon then, huh? It's not possible.
Me or the other? I'll let these guys answer because I'm not
Anybody
really
who
a
wants
flat
to
earther.
answer.
No.
Yeah, if we could, like, couldn't we just go tonight and like settle this once and for all? Or is it like only something like special people, like the richest man in the world who is oligarchying the fuck out of the government right now, or government itself telling us that, hey man, when we looked back, it was totally a globe. Like, trust us. And what that leads to is, putting your trust in man. And the only thing I think you can trust man to do is be greedy.
Yeah,
Capitalism.
I'll tell you for me as someone in the middle who's on the fence here as a truth seeker. So it's not that they can't land in the moon, right? You could always have that hypothetical vision that maybe it is a real thing, maybe you could do it. It's the fact that there's no evidence and the arguments they give you, it doesn't make any sense at all. Like for them to say, for the flat earth side to say, why can't we go back there again? And then them responding, well, it costs too much. If that is your reply to that, because we know no matter how much it costs, we'll somehow get the money. If we could do it in 1969, we could do it again, right? So the argument that it just costs too much and we're not going to go there because of that, it's a hoax.
Yeah, but some things are easy to discern and some things are hard. Like the distance to the sun, forget about it. You'll never know for sure. But the moon thing is easy, right? And when I say easy, you look at the physics, you look at the material that they said they used to go, and the place that they said they went to, the vacuum, the spacesuit, and you can deduce from that that that's impossible. Not that if they went or they're not, if they didn't go, but they didn't go with the material they claimed they did. It's physically impossible. So that, to me, that's very easy. And to believe otherwise, you would have to not believe in physics.
But so let me ask you this then, Montreal. What about these guys like Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, and their space companies? You think it's all bullshit? They're just using the bank's money for what? Well, what's the point of that? What's the point? They're just doing it for fun?
I can't speculate on that, but I can tell you for sure they did not go to the moon and take those pictures with the material and suits. That I would bet my life on because it's physically impossible.
Yeah, it's not possible with those fucking spacesuits in 1969. No way.
In any year, and those suits sewn with material in where they said in that vacuum, it's just simply physically not possible. The pictures they claim that they took, again, physically not possible. So for me, it's easy. You can argue about black holes, nebulas, quasars all day long, right? But you can't argue this physical fact that that spacesuit could not have survived in those conditions. No way. Not physically possible.
See, the problem is when you ask the Globers this, right? One of their defense mechanism is, well, there was no technology back then. But it's like, okay, so there's technology today, is there not? And then they bring the cost argument. Well, it costs too much to go back. I'm pretty sure if we did GoFundMe or whatever, we could find a way to afford to go to the trip one time, right? From 1969 until today, imagine if we saved money, if it's really a money issue. There's girls making $60 million a year on OnlyFans. You're telling me we can't raise money to go to the moon?
That was a good one. That's true.
Well, they are going to tell you that they have some sort of private, people going to the moon. But once again, Stairway to Heaven, those words in that song, they don't just apply to the Bible, they also apply to NASA.
We need a NASA Shilling here to answer that question.
What's the average cost of a rocket launch? Like not even going into orbit, just regular, just launch like all these SpaceX ones.
You can summon demons and explanation experts and obfuscation
Bro,
experts
what
and say
type
all
of
you want.
answer is that to that question?
It's my answer. You give your answers, I'll give mine. You do you, princess.
Yes, Daddy.
Just look at the Artemis project, right? First of all, they've been promising us from the 70s. I have a newspaper article, 1978, with a guy driving a buggy on the moon with houses, habitats. They've been promising that from 1978. Okay, put that aside. The Artemis program that they just launched, most people just probably forgot about it already. We're supposed to be on the moon now with boots on the ground this year. Delay, 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 delay.
They said it's gonna be next year, dude.
Yeah, of course it is, bro. Yeah.
Doge is gonna free up enough money for us to rebuild all that costly technology that we lost.
Sorry, did someone come with a number? Roughly, how much does it cost to go?
No, not yet.
Are we talking like, okay, just a general, but are we talking about millions or billions or trillions? Do we have a clue?
No, it's definitely in the millions. It's not trillions or billions to send anything up. Elon couldn't afford that.
Well, not
But
to just send anything up, but for humans to go up and come back. Right? So
depends on
it's going to
like
be a
what
little
your
bit more
definition of
costly because
up.
there's humans involved.
I guess it depends on your definition of up, right? Like if it's just LEO, that's one thing. But then
We'll go to the moon, touch the ground there, like the way they show it to you. Because they show it as if there's soil there, right? You could stand on it.
Yeah, you can go to Mars and eat rusty potatoes in your dreams, but in reality, it's outside of it. Richard Branson, the Virgin Galactic guy, he couldn't even afford to go to space. He didn't go to
he never
space.
launched, did he?
He launched, but they didn't go high enough to consider it space. Everything is low Earth orbit. So was it Jeff Bezos? He also did not go to space. So even the richest men in the world can't go to space. It's only something that you can do, with movie magic. You just have to believe the broadcasts that we received in 69 through 72 that, we went to the moon and was mostly
Okay.
successful on our first try and shit.
So what do you have to say to Messi here, who's asking them, what's the motive for these people to lie about, right? Like, what?
We
Why
can't
does it
divine
matter if
why
someone
liars lie.
lies that we could go to the moon or not? Why does that affect people's
We
lives?
can't tell why liars lie. They just do, bro.
Liars usually lie for like the
That's not a good
upper
answer,
hand
though.
in a situation.
I don't know. Could $60 million a day have anything to do with it? I'm just saying.
I mean, that's a good theory, but how do you prove that to this guy who wants like an objective answer? We don't know, bro.
I'm
We
sure
can't
it's
answer.
not that. Yeah, sure it's
It
Well,
not.
couldn't
look,
be $68 million a day. Hold on just a second. So why liars lie? Usually to gain an upper hand on somebody. So the CIA director, I think it was in 1982 or 83, said, "You'll know the CIA's disinformation campaign is complete when everything the American people believe is a lie."
if flat Earth is a cult and our motivation or our agenda is truth, if NASA is a cult, which I think it is a cult, their agenda or motivation is to perpetuate a lie and to sell it to everybody.
Yeah, when you got JPL founder Jack Parsons hanging out with Aleister Crowley and Operation Paperclip, you're getting your information from Nazis and Satanists. I mean, you do you, but I'm not doing that.
It'd be an easy way to keep people from like wanting to be associated with it or be a part. They really condemned, quote unquote space in the mainstream narrative when it was the most popular. Like you were outcasted, you were a nerd if you talked about it. But then if you add in like, some Nazis getting mixed into this, like that's hush hush. You don't really want to kind of taboo. You don't really want to discuss that or talk about it. And it's like they really did a good job at making the effort of keeping the conversation suppressed with that social pressure.
Yeah, there's a lot I gotta learn about. Still the globe model, flat Earth model. There's a lot to go through.
Actually, there's not. It basically boils down to what they say about refraction. If it's happening, then the light is bending down around the curve at 8 inches per mile squared, and what we observe is not reality, but their baseless assertion of this refraction, that is reality. But how do you prove that's what's happening if all we observe is that it looks flat sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't?
Yeah, but
And
the
when it
glober
does,
will say that that's too far high and you can't see it with your eyes.
well, that just sounds like an excuse of why it looks flat, but yet it's a curve.
Well, your eyes could lie to you, right? Your senses could lie to you. It's
That's
like when you put
true.
a straw in a cup of water, it shows it's bended, right? Even though it's not.
That's true, but the baseless assertion is that it's actually curved. We just can't see it. And what we observe, right, our base axiom is that it looks flat and we can see too far for the given curvature rate of the Earth, the globe model.
Oh.
It's a model. You're the one that's reifying it into reality if you accept that.
Oh.
You know what a reification is, right? Adding concreteness to something when it's not there.
Yeah. Well, I guess we have to observe all the models, right, and look at everyone's view. Like all glory believes
No,
in the
observe
Earth
the
being
Earth.
concave Earth, so we gotta give him that space too, right?
Don't observe models because you can't, right? You observe the Earth outside as it presents itself. You can't detect any motion other than the heavenly bodies.
Okay,
But
but
they tell
he
you that
believes that the
you're
Earth is concave Earth. So what do you say about that?
no.
That's not true.
So where do you put
Sorry,
sunset?
what's not true?
Or I guess he's not a concave Earther anymore.
Who's a concave Earther?
Oh,
All glory.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
It's the guy that goes around everywhere and says, "The Earth is concave. The Earth is concave."
He doesn't say
He does
that
it
though.
everywhere.
That's not a
Yeah,
fair
I mean, he
representation.
does it here. He used to change
No,
his name
he's
all
here
the
now. He
time.
doesn't say that.
Making fun of someone for believing concave is no better than globe earthers
Sasha,
making fun of
stop
you
it.
for believing a flat earth.
Fresh, you know you're. Hold on,
Is
guys.
saying
Hold
what
on,
he says
Oh, hold
making
on,
fun of him?
bro. Please, Fresh. You know your camera's on.
Yeah, he was just showing us his beer.
Oh, okay, okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure. Cool,
Nice.
cool. Carry on. Sorry.
Oh, the room's capped at 25, by the way, while he's doing that.
That's a
Oh,
cool
that's
fire,
true.
by the way.
Didn't know
It is
that.
true. He did. I mean, he did used to say that a lot.
What
But
happened?
it's concave. But so what?
Okay,
I mean,
but
people think all kinds of different things.
you can't become a concave. From my understanding, you can't become a concave Earther unless you become a flat Earther first, right?
No, that's not
No.
true.
Like
That's
people
not
don't just
true.
jump from
You
globe
can
Earth to being a
you
concave
can be
Earther, right?
presented. No, you can be presented the evidence of the way that the light works and just come up to that conclusion. But I think like the premise of it is you have to be kind of retarded in the first place.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I've
Well, you
never
could say the
met.
same about flat Earth. It's kind of
Yeah,
retarded
you could
too.
say the same, and I've also never met a concave Earther that has gone from globe Earth to concave Earth. That hasn't
Just
happened.
because there's more flat Earthers than concave Earthers doesn't mean some of you flat Earthers are retarded as well. If you want to go that route, you know.
You know what is interesting is while you're arguing about what the Earth is, what you should be talking about is this 26 billion in aid related to Israel.
Yes.
This is fucking disgusting. By the way,
Well, we could get into the politics if you want, but I don't know
Only
at what
26 billion?
what's the
this
level of
package includes
moderation?
around 17 billion military assistance to Israel and approximately 9 billion designated for humanitarian relief efforts in Gaza
That's
and
very
the other
low.
Okay,
conflict
sorry.
affected areas. How do they
Okay,
need all this money to kill women and children? It's not that much, is it?
who owns the server? Do you guys know his name? Who owns the server?
His name's Geo.
Okay, is he here? Is it GEO?
Uh-huh.
Okay, are we allowed to talk about politics and stuff? Like, what's the level of moderation in it?
Well, it depends if there's a
Because
topic going.
you're baiting me into this subject, but I don't know how much I could speak about it. Because
You can
ultimately,
say whatever you
it goes
want.
back to the religion, right?
Okay. You can talk about whatever you want, just don't interrupt people. And it seems like if you come from Gem Pandas, that you might be doing that.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, so just go with the flow of the conversation. You got free speech here. I don't think that there's too much that'll get you kicked, other than TOS for Discord. So just if you're going to get into the whole Gaza Israel thing, you have to understand, right, that Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Mark Maxwell, had Pergamon Press, which gives us the books for the school, the medical journals, all this stuff. So, have to understand that this is the United States of Israel right now. Like we're
Well,
letting them
it's
get
the
away with
entire
whatever.
West. Yeah, it's the entire West.
One thing you
Israel,
can't do here.
Europe.
One thing you can't do is post any medical related stuff in the text chat. But other than that, I mean, you're
Oh,
pretty much good to go. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Ghislaine Maxwell's father has, that shit tightened down, so you can't say anything that goes against, what they publish in the medical journals.
Yes.
When you say when you say medical misinformation, are you talking about COVID or are we talking about something else?
Just anything medical related. Don't post anything medical related in the text chat. You could discuss it here verbally, but that's pretty much like the main rule.
Okay.
As far as topics go.
Okay, yeah. So back to Israel. It's a terrorist state. The West unfortunately supports it. Europe supports it. They have a lot in our politicians, such as the Epstein Island with all these pedophiles, and unfortunately, it's never going to be out of our government. When you look at all both sides, not just the Republicans, it's the conservatives too. That they're all on AIPAC's payroll. So as long as that happens, they're never going to be opposing Israel.
Well, I just want. I just go on, Larry, if you want to go.
As far as AIPAC is not a foreign registered, government, or they're never going to have like open door policy. And when Kennedy tried to do it, he met his end shortly after.
Yes, so if you want to take down Israel, you have to take down the city of London. That square mile in London where all the banks are, those are the people who control Israel. That's where all the Rothschilds and all the major world banks are. And that's basically where all the funding from Israel comes from. Or, well, because those people buy the politicians, and then the politicians give Israel all the money. That's where Jacob Rothschild was when he founded Israel. He was in the city of London, that square mile. Because they're exempt from all the normal. The city of London is basically its own country because they're exempt from all of England's other laws.
Well, just like when Rome tried to redisguise itself as, the Holy Roman Empire after they conquered, a great deal of the world. London, when its empire fell, it collapsed into like a place where people could do business that you normally couldn't get away with the stuff that they get away with in the city of London. So they rebranded themselves as a bank, and the rest is history.
Yeah, supposedly the city of London is not governed by the mayor of London.
Well, yeah, London is a shithole now. We know that, but there's practically no freedom of speech in England anymore. So
We're not talking about regular London. It's called the City of London. It's 1 square mile. That's basically its own country. They don't have to go through regular UK customs. They have their own laws. They can import whatever they want. The taxes are better. And that's basically where they get most of their powers.
It's the City of London Corporation. Yeah, with its own Lord Mayor. Most people don't know about this. Even people from England.
Well, I just watched a guy in the Senate talking about, in America, talking about how Iran, they can't wait to destroy Israel. And in his words, he said they've got to first take care of the little Satan, and then they've got to go after the big Satan, which is America. So, I mean, I've never got the impression that Iran wanted to destroy America. Have you guys? I don't know. Maybe I'm not paying
Yeah, when you
attention.
look at the horses in Revelation, the colors of them, that matches the Iranian flag colors and a lot of the Muslim country colors too. So yeah, makes sense.
Oh, sorry, say that again. When the what?
The colors of the horses that show up in Revelation are the same colors of the flags of like most of the Muslim countries. So it kind of makes sense.
Well, maybe that's kind of part of the problem as well, because you often hear these senators and, the priests, if you will, in the Senate also saying things like, if you bless Israel, then you'll be blessed. And if you curse Israel, then you'll be cursed. So it seems they've spiritually dominated you as well. This seems to be an issue, I think, because, there seems to be a coming destruction from the inside out. And, Christians are, these Christ is King people, they are cheering for their own demise. They can't wait for it to happen, in fact.
Yeah, it is kind of a weird thing there with that. It's like, yeah, it almost turns into the obsession, like in Freemasonry, with like the Egyptian death gods and stuff. It's like you're just obsessed with it because that's your only outlet.
Anubis.
Which is like one step away from like Heaven's Gate cults, with the Haley's Bop comet and stuff. Like one step away from that, you know.
I mean, I've listened to a lot of these rabbis on Adam Green's channel, and they just openly talk about it like it's nothing. Like, I mean, if anybody else was saying shit like that, they'd be taken off of YouTube. I'm sure they're just on YouTube, just saying, basically America's the new Babylon. It's like the destruction of Edom, as they say, and it's just inevitable, and I'm sure they're helping it along. Because we've got that footage. Remember the foot? I mean, I don't know SE. I don't know if he's here, but I know he knows the footage where you see Benjamin Netanyahu, or what's his name? His actual name's like Milkowski or something like that. That's his actual
Yes,
name.
his ancestors were from Poland, actually.
Yeah. Well, it's
Andy,
more
what
like.
are your thoughts on Rabbi Shmuley? You said you listen to a lot of rabbis.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've heard that
He's a
guy
joke.
too. Yeah, I'm talking about the ones that are always talking about these prophecies mainly. I've not really listened to that guy. I know he's been on Alex Jones a little bit, and he called him like the dildo salesman or something.
Yeah, he sells kosher dildos with his daughter, and he's a
Yeah,
rabbi.
whatever.
Isn't that ironic?
But yeah, it's just I don't know. They just seem so. Oh, the footage. What did he say? The Rebbe. He's talking to Bibi Netanyahu, and he's like, "We've got to hasten the coming of the Moshiach." And to me, because of the way I've looked into history and I've looked at these people quite a lot, I like to think of them as the bringers of chaos. And so when I hear the Rebbe say to this guy, to Benjamin Netanyahu, we need to hasten the coming of the Moshiach, to me that means they've got to cause some shit. Because revolutions and wars have been funded largely certainly in the last 300 years anyway, by these people, it seems. So
You talk about the Jacobin Revolution, known as the French Revolution.
Oh yeah, but it's interesting because I wanted to talk. Maybe I should wait till tomorrow. But SE posted a clip of Denzel Washington, and it was a very good clip, very inspiring. But he was saying now the ease can be a problem. I don't know if I should even go into this. Anyway, it just reminded me of this famous Hollywood producer called Robert Evans. He famously so he wrote a book called The Kid Stays in the Picture. Right. I don't know if I went through a stage of just listening to audiobooks relentlessly, and that was one of them. And it's kind of cool book. But anyway, so he was the guy behind He was the Paramount producer at the time that you know, they released movies like The Godfather, and he made that. What's that guy's name? It's on the tip. The director. What's his name? It's on the tip of my
Mel
tongue.
Gibson.
Godfather. Huh?
Mel Gibson?
No, the director of The Godfather.
Oh,
Lazy something.
no, I know who it is.
Can't believe I forgot his name. It's like Capella, but come on.
Ford Coppola?
Yeah, Francis Ford Coppola. Thank you.
Yeah.
We got there in the end. Well done, Brain. But he made his life an absolute hell. In fact, so much so that when he signed a contract for the number 2, that he said, I do not want this guy anywhere near the project. If he's anywhere near the project, then it's deals off, basically. Because Robert Evans firmly believed that you couldn't have a good film unless there was conflict. So he would cause the conflict. And this seems to be a micro example of their ideology on the, you know, because we see the French Revolution, that would be a macro example of it. But this is like a micro, right? It's just because it's just a dumb movie. But it's actually quite a good movie. But anyway, you know what I mean. And that was his philosophy. And there might be something to it, actually, because there's a lot of these films where everyone got on great and there were no issues whatsoever, and the film's just a piece of shit. Right? You often hear that with actors where they're like, that was one of the best times I ever had on a movie, and it's like, it were a total flop. But yeah, that was his philosophy, that you had to have this conflict. So he'd fucking purposely cause it, you know? It's just interesting. The kid stays in the picture.
If you go to Rumble and you go to the Last American Vagabond channel, he's got on there how Israel is connected to the Rwanda genocide. Pretty wild. And Iran hasn't really attacked another country in like 250 years. They tried to remain neutral all throughout World War One, World War Two. They just be talking shit over there. But that's what, you know, people who are backed in the corner do. They just talk shit. Like, back the fucking animal in the corner and see if they don't start making noise.
Well, it's interesting, Larry, that we were talking about this before with Levelist. The only I haven't looked into the JFK files that they've released. I'm sure it's just a fucking nothing burger anyway, and nothing we don't already know. But the one thing that seemed to be sticking out that people are pointing out is that Israel seemed to have got more of an involvement. They were sort of talking about JFK was sort of he didn't want them to have a nuclear program or something like that. I don't know if you've probably heard about all that, but
oh yeah,
I just found it interesting that, and bizarre. It's almost as if they're playing out a prophecy on purpose. I don't know, like the two things don't marry up. There's two things being: one, that these people control the media, and two, why the fuck would they want, you know, because it seems to me they're making the whole world hate Israel right now, right? The two things don't marry up, do they?
well, I think Israel's earning the hate because of their apartheid government. It's
No doubt.
no different than what they did in South Africa, you know, back in the day. And what it all boils down to is that, do the Palestinians have rights? And do Americans have right to talk about it?
Well, the other side of the coin, flip the script, Andy. Look at it from their perspective. Look what happened during COVID. The entire fucking world cucked. So why wouldn't you just put your fucking foot on the pedal? Just go for it now.
Yeah, they don't seem to be too shy about advertising AIPAC and the fact that they literally buy the Senate. They advertise it on social media that they do this. It's well known fact now. I think anybody who's looked into politics for 2 seconds knows that each each Zionist who, they have their sort of AIPAC handler. This is well known, so they don't even hide it anymore.
Yeah, Matt Gaetz talked about it before he left public service, and it's funny that he just happened to get caught up in, a scandal where I'm not going to get into the details, where no one could have known because she had a fake ID that was a real ID produced by proper authorities with fake information on it. So he got caught in the honey trap. It seems like, he got steamed.
But I mean, if these JFK files, I just don't understand. Firstly, how they'd, because regardless of look, my opinion of Trump is this guy's a Zionist. He's like that's why I call him Zion Don. Always called him Zion Don, right? I mean, didn't his daughter marry like Jared Kushner or something like that? So he's been to the wall with his little yarmulke on. I mean, this guy's so cooked to Israel, it's unbelievable, right? So it just seems very odd to me that they release these files and then it's pointing out that Israel has more of an involvement than anybody really understood, even knew. Like, they control the media. They're also clearly behind any decision Trump makes. It just suddenly, doesn't make sense to me. Like, unless they're trying to make everyone hate Israel. Right. Or another way of looking at it, I suppose, and I mentioned this before, is that you've got to keep those reparations going. Because there's a lot of money in that. There's a ton of money in that. So I suppose that could be part of it, right? If you think of it like the Jewish hate is incredibly profitable. I suppose that's one angle. I can't really think of anything else.
Well, I really get sick of, the word Jew. Like, what does it mean, right? It's like, what does it actually fucking mean? And when people are like conflating Zionism with Judaism, and I'm like, well, what about all those people that call themselves Jews that are like anti-Zionist? So I think we got to watch out with the words on this one. And not that I'm worried about anybody getting in trouble or anything, but it's really obvious that most Christians are Zionist. So for the people conflating, like, there are non-Jews that are Zionists, there are Jews that are Zionists, and there are Jews that are not Zionists. So everything has to be like parsed out and separated because I don't think most people like want that kind of stuff going on next door in their backyard and saying that these, people over here don't have rights and there could not be an equal citizenship between Palestinians and Jews when a lot of Palestinians are Jews. Like, it's so frustrating the way that this works out, and then automatically, the Zionists go right into racism, and it's like, hold the phone, wait a minute, hold on, we're not saying Jews, we're saying Zionist. It's a political movement. And it's really interesting how some of these people in this political movement of Zionism are atheists, but standing 10 toes down on the Bible told me so. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, and the other thing would be in your reference to most Christians are Zionists. I don't think that they would continue to be if all the facts were laid out in front of them, which they clearly have not been, right? I think a lot of them would just turn and be like, "Oh, okay, we're no longer supporting this."
Yeah, well, it certainly doesn't go with anything in Scripture what they're doing over there, but or Jesus' message anyway. But
And like the other thing, like I understand why Larry's saying to not conflate, to be clear with the labeling, but in all honesty, this behavior has been documented historically before Zionism was even a thought. So this behavior has been going on. This supremacist behavior has been going on for a very long time. So
doesn't it date back to 1666, basically?
That is that's the most extremists. Yeah, he had half of everybody in the world that considered themselves Jews was underneath his spell in 1666. Yes, it was.
You guys want to talk about cults? That's a cult, right? The belief that they can redeem themselves through sin. Like what kind of sin? Like Epstein's sin?
The more vile, the more better.
And do you think it's fair to say though that every, tribe group, they they've kind of got supremacist. When I think of the Greeks or the Romans, for instance, nobody could argue that the Romans weren't supremacists, right?
Well, I
Look,
don't
they're
think
just
that.
better at it than the rest of them, bro.
Yeah, I don't think that if you can you find any scripture where Greeks said that the rest of humans were just dogs and donkeys? I don't think you can, but maybe I'm wrong.
They used like the Talmud and just basically said they're goyim.
Well,
The other thing, real quick, Andy, the other thing that you're saying, are they trying to self-fulfill prophecy? Like they're trying to manifest their own prophecies by getting everyone to hate Israel? Well, I'll just have you know that the head of Zion, the first frontal face of Zionism himself, Theodor Herzl, was on record stating that they were the number one perpetrators of anti-Semitism itself. Like it's a very convenient barrier to be a Zionist and then rile up all the Jews to be your human body shields. Like you rile up all the other Jews with fake anti-Semitism, and then they stand in between you and any kind of flack against Zionism.
Yeah, in that regard, the Jew. This is why I was very careful with my language. By the way, Larry, you might have noticed that I was saying Zionist. I wasn't saying Jews. And
I got you.
Yeah. But Theodor Herzl said we're going to make the Gentiles, our best friends, basically. And boy, boy howdy.
Well, for the people who are talking about, this stuff and the people that are listening, Israel is supposed to be our greatest ally. What has Israel done for you lately, other than whenever there's a hurricane in Texas, you got to sign a contract that you'll never boycott Israel? Like, what has Israel done for America lately? Our greatest ally. So they are our greatest friend to us. What have they done for us? Can anybody tell me?
Ever. Not just recently, ever, please.
Benjamin's going to send you straight to jail if you don't stop.
Well, that's another good point, isn't it? Because this would be an anti-Semitic conversation, and perhaps illegal in a lot of places. Thankfully, in this place, and then perhaps America, it's not.
Sure. Okay. Well, the only thing I will request is that BB himself submits his DNA and proves he's an actual Semite.
Nope. Straight to jail. Don't pass go.
Oh, that's why they changed the name, isn't it? Because to make it more Semitic, but Netanyahu apparently means something like, what is it, like a gift from God?
Miliquitz? His real name, is Miliquitz or Milikinus.
Milk. I always have to think of Lebowski, Big Lebowski, so it's Milkowski, something like that.
BB.
But I think the Netanyahu thing means something like God's gift or something, or I'm going to steal your shit. I'm going to take your house.
Do you think he owns Yahoo.com?
Have you seen that clip? The guy, he's just in that Palestinian's backyard, and he's like, "Well, she's like, this house has been in my." She's just like, "My house has been in my family for generations." He's like, "Well, I don't know what to tell you. If I don't take it, someone else will."
It's not funny.
I shouldn't laugh, but it's just horrific. Horrific. Can you imagine somebody just coming to your house and be like, "Well, I'm taking it."
That's what Saudi Arabia is going to do here soon. That's why they bought out all the data from Pokemon Go. So they could just basically, they had the whole US mapped out way better than Google could ever offer because, they just 3D mapped everything whenever they didn't know where something was. They just put a rare Pokemon there. And then people, went and 3D mapped it out for them. And now Saudi Arabia's got all of it. Here they come.
The thing I just
Well,
posted has the names that they changed to, and Gabat, Wonder Woman. You should hear her story, bro. IDF soldier, 2006. They recruited her.
That's kind of funny as well, isn't it? How we designate the word terrorist, right? If it's one of them, if it's like an Israeli commando, they're not terrorists, right? They just designate it out.
Andy, had you ever, as an adult, you sound like this isn't an insult at all. You sound like you may be a tad bit older than me, and I was in my teenage years when it happened. Had you ever heard the term in the political realm, TV spectrum, any other spectrum, terrorist before September 11th, 2001?
Sorry, have I heard what, dude? What?
Have you ever heard the term, like, used casually, terrorist, before 2001, September 11th?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was a big deal, wasn't it? For certain things. I mean, they killed about 20 birds with one stone with that psychological operation.
We used to use it more casually back before then, and it was a thing because they were still doing hijacking.
So it was normal, like that was the word that was out and
Yeah,
about.
sure. That
Yeah,
word
we
was
were
in
just
pop
throwing
culture.
that around crazy. If anything, we say it less now because now it's like I don't know, everything's gotten more serious or something.
Yeah,
there's
don't.
all kind of
The scary part is don't go investigate who the first founders of Israel were. The Irgun, like they literally invented terrorism as we know it today. Was invented by the founders of Israel.
Didn't some like country or political group or somebody of some importance to the normies announce that Israel was never like nation and like never anything established before? Wasn't that
Palestine
something that
was
was pretty
never
recent?
The
when
first
people.
terrorism act down there was carried out by Israelis against the British. That's where the term terrorism comes from.
Hey guys, what do you think about we have people who speak Spanish are not descendants of the Spaniards, right?
They hate each other.
And I've brought this point up several times, and sometimes it's ignored and sometimes people get it. But we're all about the truth and understanding who these people are versus these people and being in what land. So just as an example, there are people who speak Spanish because the Spaniards try to take over the entire world and conquer it. And, the outcome of that is people are speaking Spanish. So do you think those people want to be called Spanish people? Do you think that if they had any, how you say, they had anything about their family, yeah, any identity that they were proud of, right? Or that they wanted to carry on, in their family, do you think they would enjoy being called the ones who conquered them or another group of people that didn't have the same ideology? Because when I hear people use the word Palestinian, it can be accurately said to no people group except for Philistines. You can't call a Jewish person a Palestinian or anyone else. You know what I'm saying? So I don't get it. Do they think Philistines are still in the land? And if they are, who are they? And would they make a distinction between themselves and the other people groups? Or are they just unaware of who they are? And if they are unaware of who they are, should we not inform them?
We don't know who they are.
Well, we do know that the word Palestinia or Palestine was something that was come up by the Romans. So when Jerusalem was plowed under, they called it Palestine, the land of the Philistines. Yeah, the land of the Philistines. So it means the land of the Philistines. It doesn't mean the land of anyone else, the land of the Palestinians. It means the land of the Philistines.
Okay, can I
So,
explain something? I am sorry to interrupt.
yeah, please.
Okay, so basically, it's a religious case. It's Jerusalem, you guys call it, yeah? It's a religious case. So basically, they are trying to kill everyone in Palestine to take the Jerusalem for them. Why? They are trying to summon the Messiah, yeah? But it's not the same Messiah that was 2,000 years ago, yeah? It's not the same Messiah who they called, actually, the Jewish people, they called the Messiah the bastard, yeah? They called him the son of prostitute. It's not the same Messiah that Christians believe at. They are waiting for the anti-Messiah.
Yeah, I
Moshiach.
fully, yeah, I fully
Moshiach,
understand.
yeah,
Yeah,
Moshiach they call it. Yeah.
yeah, I understand that part of it. There's all kind of aspects one could look at, like, what benefit does this leader have, like Netanyahu or Trump or anyone, right? We can all speak about those things, but is when you're speaking about God and all those things, is he involved in it? Because he says he is, and he says he's going to draw all nations against Israel, the land, and whoever's in the land, whether they be a Jew or not a Jew, I don't care who they are. He's going to draw all nations against that land, right? So I don't think the people that are in the land are writing the book that says all nations are going to be gathered together to take the holy city. When they are in control of the holy city, they don't want people to come in and take that holy city, ravish their women, you know, and disperse them and so on and so forth. So if those are the things that are written in the text and is claimed, I don't think the
What?
people who are trying to control you would write that text because it's going to destroy them, right?
But isn't it right though, North, that in the in the text it also says that when they take Israel, when they were going to go back to Israel, that the Moshiach would come back first, right? But that didn't happen. So have they forced it? Did they not? Or have I got that wrong?
No, I'm saying that
Red heifer.
in our near future, I believe emphatically that Jerusalem's been taken many times, but specifically in our future, when it comes to prophecy and the text, what it says about the future, Jerusalem, the holy city, will be taken again. Okay, so it doesn't say all of Israel, the whole land of Israel. It says the holy city shall be taken, and all nations are going to gather against it. Now, if someone is going to be trying to control you and live in a city and control that city, they're not going to write and tell you to, all right, all of you guys come gather against me, right? That's something I've been trying to point out to people for a while, and I don't think people get it.
We get that.
Yeah. What was his name? Seth. Fuck. Him with annoying laugh. Seth, who used to be at
Rogan.
Phones. Seth Rogen, yeah, he famously on a podcast probably a long time ago now, over 10 years ago maybe, on a podcast, he was like, somebody asked him, are you gonna be moving to Israel? He's like, fuck no. He's like, why would I move to Israel? Have you
Big all.
seen the prophecies in this Bible and so forth, so on? And it's all the sort of, all the nations are going to be against Israel and all this shit. He's like, no, I ain't fucking moving there. I thought it was
And do
funny.
Yeah, and do you think this whole thing, everyone's getting upset about, why can't I say anything about Israel? Why is this all these laws about anti-Semitism? This, you know, all of these things are geared specifically towards bringing all nations against Israel. And it's not just man's doing. It's, according to the text, it's God doing it. So he's involved
Hold on,
directly in it.
brother. Hold on. You know I respect you, but I'm not gonna let you get away with that, bro.
Uh-oh.
I don't care what you call them, what name you put on them. They're sociopathic murderers. of a Zionist apartheid regime
You
that has
sound
been
scared of them.
subjugating innocent women and children for 70 years. Nothing you say or do will change that, brother. I'm sorry. The jig is up.
What did I say that implied anything to make you respond in that way? What specifically did I say?
I'll tell you, because you're trying to whitewash that they're not Jews because they could be something else. It doesn't matter,
Yeah.
right? That's
No.
totally irrelevant. They could be from Zimbabwe, right? Originating, they could
That's
be
what I
from
said.
Zimbabwe. Does that
That's what I
change
said.
anything of what they have done there?
That's what I said, SE. I said no matter who is there, if they are real Jews or not, whoever's in that place, all nations are being gathered against that place. I don't care who you are or where you are from or what you claim you are, even if you are what you claim. If you're in that place when all nations are gathered against it, you're not God's people because he tells you to flee when that happens. So what I'm telling you is there will be punishment coming to that place and those people living in that place, no matter who they are, Jew or not. It doesn't matter. Everyone who acts wickedly and does things out of accord with the laws of God and his ways, they are going to receive the punishment. And the judgment starts in Jerusalem, and then the judgment continues into all the other nations. So just because all the other nations go against Israel and the city's taken, doesn't mean the nations aren't punished also, man. Everybody has blood on their hands. Everyone.
Everyone, we didn't kill any kid or a woman. So basically, it's obvious. Righteousness is obvious, man.
How
So
do I have blood on my hands, by the way?
I'm not making excuses for anyone in Israel, just because they're living in Israel or claim to be an Israelite. No one is making excuses for that. SE, I was just pointing out that the ones who are writing the book, right? When people refer to those people who wrote that book, that text that everyone loves, they say they're writing a script. Now, if they're writing the script and they are the specific authors, they are not going to write in their own destruction before everyone else's. It's not going to happen. It would be stupid and foolish. And if they're anywhere close to how smart you think they are and how they've gotten over on everyone, it's just not possible. It would just be stupid. But who was the one who said do I think he has blood on his hands? Who was that?
Oh, that was me. How do I have blood on my hands?
I don't know you.
Well, you said we all have blood on our hands. I'm just curious.
I said all nations. All nations are going to receive punishment. Every leader of every nation, all of the nations on the face of the earth, they have customs that stem from the same place. Every one of them. So just like they tell you all roads lead to Rome, they lead to Babylon.
Well,
So
I would
all of
argue.
the
Argue
nations
against.
are.
Okay, I would argue against you that nations actually means the people of the country, and
Yeah.
you point out to me which country in this world is actually being run by the people.
I think you're just arguing against something I'm not saying. What I'm actually saying to you is all nations will be judged and punished accordingly. They have all done unrighteous behavior towards someone or another. So, and they all have their customs and their celebrations, and everything about them comes from a specific place, and that be Babylon. And all of those customs are related to worshiping false gods and doing the most horrendous things to not only children but to old people and to widows and just terrible things. So do you think there's a nation that's not guilty and shouldn't be judged and punished accordingly? Could you name a nation? A people in a certain land? Because they all sit at one table and they make deals together while their people in the land suffer. Do you
Are we
understand what
not
I'm
talking
saying?
though? That's fair and true, right? All nations probably have blood on their hands, right, in one way or another. But we're talking about a specific group of people now that have been subjugating, just like the South Africans were subjugated, and the whole world was talking against them, right? There was white settlers subjugating black people from Africa in their own land. This is the same thing happening here. So we
You know
should
how
be
many
free,
people?
and we
You
should
know how
talk
many
about
people?
it in the same way and stop it in the same manner.
Is it the numbers? Is it the numbers of people, or is it the children? Because if it's the numbers and the children that make this be the forefront of the cause that people speak about today, I would say that there are numbers of children and people dying with no just cause in Africa right now. So by different peoples. So to me, I don't understand why and the only reason that I kind of do understand why the focus is directly on that land and that people over there is because all nations are going to be drawn against that place. It's just going to happen. I'm not fighting against it. Go for it, right? Do what you're going to do because it's only God that's making it happen.
Yeah, I think I figured it out. SC is like all the rest of us in the room are talking about from a non-biblical standpoint. We're just addressing what's actually taking place in reality, and we're calling out the people that we know that are doing it. Whereas North is only looking at it from a prophecy/biblical aspect, and so this conversation is going to be very one-sided. People are just speaking right past each other. So that's what's going on.
Well, in the past, SC and many other people have said that the book is a script. They wrote the script, the Jews, right? So when I respond and I tell you that their destruction is written in the book before the other nation's destruction, so the author cannot be them, because that would be most stupid to write in your own destruction, having the entire earth come against your land and take your holy city that is most precious and holy to you. So if you're in control of that, and that's the most holy thing to you, and you don't want to die, you're not going to write into the script that you're making that someone come and kill you and take your holy city. That's stupid.
I would
It's
just
really, really stupid.
just like to point something out, North, is that you make it very difficult for people to have a normal conversation with you if they're not going to adhere to your Bible. And the other aspect of that is, even if you're correct, which you very well might be, by the way, I am a proponent of the Bible myself, not in the same vein or fervor as you are. But what I'm attempting to tell you is that even if you are correct, you don't have any clue as to when you're going to be correct. It could be 1,000 years from now. So if we sit around and we don't address what's actually taking place in reality and discuss it without knowing that the Bible is going to fulfill itself tomorrow, then we kind of look like fools if we're just saying, oh, we know God's going to take care of it in the end, so we don't need to pay attention to it.
At
Well,
the
he
same
said a
time,
couple.
without him having to jump in, it's like you can't
Can I respond?
sit there and do anything to change scripture.
Can I respond? So it's not that I'm expecting people to follow the Bible. That's not what I'm doing. I'm just saying those who have made the claim in the past that the book that we're speaking of. I'm not saying you have to go by it. The people who make a claim about the text, whether you be a believer in the text or a non-believer, if you make a claim about it, I'm going to investigate that and reason it out. And one of the things that's very simple is to say, hey, if you think it's a script written by those people in that land controlling that holy city, why would they write their own destruction in it multiple times in such a precise manner that you can know, like, the time of when certain things are going to happen? For instance, if you want to talk about, not knowing when it's going to happen exactly, you most certainly can know certain things exactly when they're going to happen based upon what just happened.
What if they're just doing resets?
Not only is Gaza mentioned specifically, Ashkelon and Ashdod mentioned specifically, and we might be seeing some prophecy happen right before our eyes. Not only are those things happening, but you have other things that have to happen. And when those things happen, it is at that time when the other things will happen. So you will most certainly know when it's going to happen. According to the
when you had
text,
said
just according to the text.
when you had said why would they write their own destruction, but if they're doing resets, then perhaps they would write that in as part of a reset process, or to gain more
So
control.
would they die in the process though? That doesn't. They're going to die. So
No, I'm not
I'm
saying
not
them
going.
dying, because the ones behind it would not be dying, but the ones that are on the receiving end of it, unfortunately.
So it's not the ones living in the land; it's someone else living somewhere else. So it's not Netanyahu. It's not Netanyahu and his buddies. It's somebody else living in another land. That's what I'm getting.
No, I didn't say that at all. I was just trying to make one point to say you just to the one point. I'm not trying to get into this. I could care less about a place I don't live, and I don't. You guys have never been there either, so I know that there's probably a tremendous amount of propaganda and deception going on with this. But I was just so I'm not really interested in getting into it, and now you're kind of like saying things that I didn't say, so I feel like I have to respond. I was just making one point. You had said one point in there. You said a lot there, and it is difficult to respond when you say a lot at one point. But I wanted to respond to the first thing. So right when I thought you were finished. I just wanted to say when you said why, if it's a deception, if they've written it into it, why would they write that in? And I'm just saying that it would make sense that if it's a deception, that they would write eras of turmoil and tension in order to cause change or to gain control. I'm just saying. So yeah, not necessarily the destruction of the people who wrote it, but like I said,
Well,
whoever's on the receiving end of believing it.
So the only problem with that idea, Gio, is this: that if you're speaking about your most holy place being taken from you and you being killed or exiled or taken like as a slave to remain in the place, when you're speaking about that, that's to everyone that's living there. So that's claiming to be a certain people. So I don't have to say all these words like, oh, he claims to be a Jew, all these things. But what you're essentially saying is it could be done because of a reset. But if it's a reset for someone who's not going to be affected, yeah, I could understand that. If they're not going to be affected, they can't be in the land. That's the whole point. The whole point is they can't be there when these things start happening, or they will most certainly die. And why would
Yeah,
you
but do you
leave your
think the
most holy
people in
place?
control? But do you think the people in control are ever in the war zones? I would say certainly not.
That's the whole point. And so when we look at like reality and has Netanyahu ever left? Like, have these people left in a time of war where they're escaping it, or are a lot of those people in that land ready for war? Because I think they, serve 2 years mandatory, everyone. So anyone there, there's more of a population of people that would be ready to stand and die for what they believe in, which I respect any man. I don't care what side you're on. If you're willing to die for what you believe in, I have the utmost respect for you. So I think a lot of people there are just willing to die, and they're not going to leave that place. And you can bring it if you want, and it is coming. All the nations will be gathered against it, in my opinion. So, yeah.
But the problem is America's being dragged along. I don't. To me, it's unnecessary. I don't think they need to, but I think if you ask most Americans, I don't think they want anything to do with it. But you just haven't got a choice, because if you bless Israel, you'll be blessed, and if you curse them, you'll be cursed. This is what they're saying constantly. This is the fucking. It's like trust the science.
No,
But don't
bro.
they want something to do with it when they participate inside the voting system?
They love speaking about the Palestinians, bro. You haven't been to the colleges lately? I mean, you got
Yeah.
people standing for Israel, but you got people standing for, people they call Palestinian, which are not really Palestinian. They're all kind
Absolutely.
of different people. So,
No,
so
I'm
you
talking
have
about
people on both sides. So you
Yeah.
have these people in America that are on both sides, and then you have the people who actually read what the text says and they know what it says is going to happen, and it's completely different from both of those guys. And it's actually happening in front of our eyes, like to the letter and to the T. Like specific, very specific things, like a time of day when people are drove out of a place. I mean, that's very, very specific. Like if I
Well,
told you
yeah, but
you
if
were
they
going
wanted to
to
roll in like a New World Order thing, they might write that into it and get
Right.
everyone hyped
Or
about
if
it.
you have the text already pre-written, then you can just go off of what the text says.
That's not as simple as you think. If you think that these leaders could get together and make everything go to the T, to dotting every I and crossing every T, if you think they could do it to the T, as the scripture has prescribed it to happen, you would be miserably mistaken, because this is not even possible. And that I say that to people who that they're really not aware of all the specific detailed things that have to happen in a certain chronological order that are not even possible for man to do. It's not even possible without God intervening.
Yeah, I just wanted to say to Ali quick, who sort of chastising me for laughing. Part of that laughter is because I'm not quite sure if I'm being manipulated. When I mentioned the person who's losing the house, allegedly, to me that looks like clear manipulation, right? Because I think who's holding the camera? This could be all a big setup. Now, on the other hand of that, if it is real, oh my God, it's fucking horrific. But maybe it's not, because I don't trust these people as far as I can fucking throw them. Now, it does seem like there's people dying there. It does seem like there's kids dying there. I haven't been there myself to see that. And if that's happening, that's horrific. But again, I know too much about history and these people and how much they lie. So, I don't know. They've made it a career out of it. In fact, they've got their own fucking word for it. Chutzpah. Right? While they're feeding the goy slop to everybody. Yeah, fucking, aren't we clever? They've got their own fucking word for it.
You
But
know,
anyway,
when I think that started. Hey, Andy, do you know when I think this actually started? This animosity towards other people groups. I don't think it's just because they thought they were the chosen people, because they were a mixed multitude before they even got the covenant, right? So, they already had other people groups within their family, and they considered them as family. So obviously, the history that we're given in the text is not the same thing people are saying today. So I believe where all this animosity started is it kind of goes back to the Tower of Babel, when all the languages got split up. Because you have all these movies about the Ten Commandments, you have movies about the Passion. There's not many movies about languages and the Tower of Babel and how the languages were confused. So when these people started babbling to each other and they couldn't understand each other, and it was incoherent, they moved away from each other and they dispersed and they got their own lands, right? And God gave each of those people an inheritance, gave them land. And so these people were from this land. Now, these people from this land spoke different languages from these people. And they probably started blaming all of their woes and all of the dispersion and the changing of the languages. They blamed it on that other group of people. You see the other group of people with the smaller nose and the small ears? It's their fault. Look at their skin color. I mean, it's a lot of animosity, I think, started happening around that time, if we could go back into history and actually look at it. But not a lot of people want to
Yeah, I
put
mean,
much stock in it.
imagine like you're just, this is really simple and basic, but still just kind of the scale of what you're saying. Imagine you're, working with your homeboys side by side, you and your partners. And then, all of a sudden out of nowhere, your partners just start speaking this different language. And you feel really alienated. You feel like they might be conspiring against you or something. And then all of a sudden, that's where maybe potentially that hostility that you're talking about comes from. All that division and that frustration and aggression of trying to communicate and thinking there's
Yeah.
some type of underlying plot going on behind the lack of ability to do so.
Yeah, it's your fault, man. You're the one. So that's what I feel like. There's so many things and plot twists you could write into a movie and speak about the Tower of Babel and all the possibilities, right? I mean, so many possibilities. But I think that's where a lot of the animosity comes from in the different people groups is during that time. Not a lot of people want to, admit that as the human race, if you want to call it, if we did we speak one language at one time? or were we always different languages? And what made you have a different language? Was it the land did you come out of the ground? Where you spring up like a cornstalk and you spoke the language of that land because you were born in that soil? Why don't we even try to reason these things out and ask them? I mean, I know some just don't want to entertain it because it might lead.
It'd be hilarious if there was like classism involved, and everyone was separated due to what they were working on. Like Yah didn't want the information to get out, so he put the people that were more important, quote unquote, working on like the interior designs of the pyramids and shit like that.
It is interesting to think that there might have been a perfect language that's been lost. I kind of like to think, I don't know. I know I'm obviously speculating. Perhaps it hasn't been discovered yet. I don't know, but they did apparently do an experiment once upon a time. It's not very ethical. The sort of a specific pharaoh, I forget his name, but he had a couple of children taken away when they were born to a farm with specific instructions not to speak to them, to see what the first words were to come out of the mouth. And the first words were for the Phrygian word for bread, apparently. So I don't know. That's a bit weird, isn't it? But it wasn't Hebrew. So this made him say that was the oldest tribe. I don't know if that reasoning follows, but
Yeah, some words in other
It just
languages.
sounds like you're starving a child and making him say the word that they need for sustenance.
Well, some words in other languages may sound like another word. So the word for bread might sound like the word, Abba, which means father. There's, and unless we know the details, we can't say for sure. But I have no idea.
I gotta admit though, it's an ingenious plot. It's an ingenious con job. Like the top Ponzi scheme ever played on man. Like I'm jealous. I'm jealous. I'm so jealous of how smart these people are.
The top, bro. The thing I don't understand how they get away with is telling you there's not a creator, giving you evolution, and telling you it's okay to kill any child or to abort any unborn child or to, have so much emphasis on one place when there's so many atrocities and greater numbers going on in other places that are very close by to the place that's in question.
But I mean, it makes sense when when the like definition of the value system is that you're an accident. So it's like, of course, they're going to promote that if you have no value, if you believe that.
No, it's the beauty of like they figured out, right? They figured out that the most important thing of man, the question is, where do we come from? Where do we go after we die, right? So that's religion. So they figured out that they can tap into that. That's the most potent force to control man, right? Then they figured out how to take over industries like money or steel, all that stuff, right? Then they figured out politics, how to control politics. They're fucking geniuses. Excuse my languages, right? They're fucking brilliant people, man. They con the whole world. They
What's
con the
wrong?
most powerful country in the world. Like I gotta bow my hat to them, bro.
Yeah, what's the problem? I mean, people make a way, right? I mean, if you want to look at like when you think about capitalism, right? Like, what is it to capitalize on something? See, it's to take advantage of. That's what it is. You take advantage of either the situation or the person that's in the situation. So, to capitalize on something is to take advantage of it. Do you think that any country or any leader in their right mind is not going to want to benefit more so than the other leader they're making the deal with? Of course, man. Everybody thinks they're more important. Everybody thinks they're right. Everybody thinks they have more experience. Everyone thinks they're the man for the job. That's across the board, man. That's just how it is in life. The majority of people feel that way. It's not a let's work together. It's the ideologies will never mix. It's just impossible. You can't go to war with the ideology. It's still there.
It's ingenious, bro. And I'm telling you, it's ingenious. The whole religion thing, the whole bowing, the Muslims, they pray 5 times a day. Now they're fasting for a month. Like they got the whole world calm, bro. It's brilliant, man. Right now, there's people waiting for the sun to go down so they can eat for a month, bro, because somebody told them. They've been convinced not to eat during daylight hours for a whole month. Think about that.
They pray
Well,
so
Think
much
about
because
the
of how much they
power that
sin.
has, bro.
bowing
You know what I
is
mean?
natural, though. Bowing and certain things you react to, like physically, that's a natural instinct. It's a natural behavior, man. It's in you to do so. There are certain things that are just natural. Like, when you lift up your arms to your father, there are people in churches all around lifting up their arms. There's a story of, who is it, Moses lifting up his arms during the battle, and when his arms would drop, then they would start losing the battle. So the other men came and held his arms up to God. And so you do these things like when you're a child and you put all your faith and trust in your father that comes in the door, you put your hands up and pick me up, and you feel secure. So there's many things that are just natural, and people take advantage of those things. And then there's things that people mislead you or misrepresent some text or what some other guy said. And everyone's out for theirself, man. Like I said, there's the majority of people think they're better than you, man. And you may feel the same way. You may feel like, hey,
Yeah.
I'm way better than North, man. I'm the man for the job, and he doesn't know what he's talking about. Let me say something. So that's just the way it is.
That's the American way.
There does seem to be a superior stock, and they were the Nordic people, as far as I'm concerned. Like, and I hate that because for the longest time I fought against, as a child, as a younger person. I've told the story. I couldn't understand monarchy, like rule by divine right. What the fuck does that even mean?
You were fighting against monarchy as a child?
Well, people would tell me, "Oh, this is the royal family." I'd say, "What the fuck? Who made them royal family? Why do they get royal family? Why have they got
Andy,
why have they got a big gold fucking throne? What? Do
have
I
you
get
ever
gold?"
heard? Andy,
Yeah.
have you ever heard it before tonight that it wasn't just Israel that was given a land? It was all the nations were given an inheritance of land after the Tower of Babel. You know that, right? In the book. In the
Right.
book. So they all got their land. It wasn't like, oh, this special group over here, you get this land and you're going to be you're it for the rest of time. It's not like that. So a lot of people don't even address those other things that are said, and there's so many things I would love to address, but
I would have thought between the British royals and Rome that they own most of the land, I would say. And they just went and took fucking loads of it, it was just like, this is ours now. It's like, what? It's quite a monstrous thing to do, isn't it, really? Like, it reminds me of that scene from Crocodile Dundee. Love that movie. Probably greatest movie ever from 80s. From 80s, anyway. 84, I think it is. But, he's talking about the Aborigines. He's like, see that rock over there? That rock's been there for millions of years, and whether it has or not, that's irrelevant. This is Crocodile Dundee talking. And he's like, the Aborigines don't see it as theirs. They just sort of, custodians. It's like two fleas arguing who owns the dog. Right? That's kind of the way I see it.
oh yeah, I mean the only reason those people were dispersed and given their lands is because they did not want to disperse and fill the face of the earth and actually experience the reality in the realm that the Creator had given them. They wanted to build a big city and worship themselves and false gods, and they didn't want to fill the face of the earth and experience this beautiful reality that we have. So everywhere you see a city, it's kind of a slap in the face to God when it just is overcrowded, it's disease ridden, it's full of wickedness, it's full of adultery, it's full of all the things that just lead to the detriment of any group of people.
Yo, North, hold on a second. Let me ask him a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks. This dude that I just posted right now, would you consider him a Jew or an imposter? One of the imposters you're talking about. What
That's
would
an
you consider?
imposter. You can tell by looking at his eyes.
Thanks for
I don't.
answering, but I'm curious and also in North's answer.
Yeah, I would have to look. I would have to actually have some kind of experience of hearing him out. I don't want to answer before hearing the man out. And he's not a Jew that's one outwardly, but one inwardly. So,
Well, he thinks we're not considered human.
well, he's definitely not. He's not a Jew, in my eyes. No.
Yeah.
It's not by the text. By the text that calls that name, by the originator of that specific name, no, he's not.
Yeah, but aren't they all Orthodox? Don't they all share the same, this sect, don't they all share that same opinion?
You can share the same blood, but according to the text, if you're not that inwardly, if it's not a behavior that you're constantly in, then that's not who you are. You're not a Jew.
So these guys that follow the 567 laws, they have their shirts with all those things hanging. Each one of them represents a Jewish law. You're saying that this man is not Jewish.
That's correct. According to the text, right? He's not acting in accordance with the regulations and laws of a Jew. So therefore he wouldn't be. According to the one who gave the law, that that he would consider, yes, that's the one who gave the law. So he doesn't think he gave the law, I'm sure. He's not that stupid. I'm sure he says he goes to the Torah. And I'm sure he says he goes to the Talmud probably now by some of the things you're telling me. But that doesn't mean that everyone wearing tzitzits is a heretic. It doesn't mean that everyone who wants to follow the laws of God is a heretic. It just means there's imposters everywhere, man. There's people claiming to follow Christ. There's people claiming to follow Christ being a Jew. There's people claiming to be a Jew. There's people claiming to be African American. There's people claiming to be Native American. There's people claiming to be all
Yeah,
kind of
but
things.
hold on, bro. I'm talking about a specific sect of them. They're called Hasidic Jews. They can be found in any North American city. My city here, Montreal, is full of them. I have encountered them. They have a disdain for the cross. I had a scene with one of them. They all have the same beliefs. I don't know. I don't. You're not following. Do you not know these kind of people that I'm
No,
talking about?
I
They
completely
all go to
understand.
the same places with darkened windows.
You said that they don't believe other people are human. So I immediately said, according to the text that tells you what a Jew is, that tells them what a Jew is, according to that same text, they are not. They're not the real deal. They're a counterfeit. They're an imposter. Not that they have to be an imposter in a sense that they don't have any bloodline. It's just they're an imposter because they don't have the behavior of one. They're not living it out. And that's what
So who are the real Jews then? Who are the real Jews?
the real Jews would be expounded upon in the text. And it would take so long for me to go over all of those things with you. But just to simply sum it up, their behavior is righteous. They put others above themselves, the needs of others. They certainly don't think any other people group is less than human. That would be number one. If they think that, immediately they've thrown out their identity as a Jew.
Okay,
That's
fair
it.
enough. Is there any of them in Israel? Is there any real Jews in Israel right now?
Yes, yes, yes.
Who
There's
are they?
real ones and there's fake ones.
Would
Who are
those
they?
be
Is
So
like
Netanyahu
people
a real
that
one?
say they're Jews but they're not, and they're the synagogue of Satan?
yeah, right. So when the text says, "I know those who say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan," he's telling you that there are Jews and there are those who say they are Jews and are not. So
Okay,
there
who
are
are they,
Jews.
bro? Name me one real
That's the
Jew in
whole.
Israel. Name me one. Name me one real Jew in Israel right now. What's his
SE Montreal.
Even even if I named one, right? And he's not like some high official or some big public figure. Uh, what's the difference, Essie? Is there people who live as a Jew should live as prescribed by the text that I'm speaking of? Yes, most certainly there are. And they're all over the world. They're not in just one place. They're all over the world. But what I want you to understand is I believe judgment's coming upon that place. And when all nations are gathered against it, he tells his people that are in that place to flee that place for a specific period of time. So those people will flee that place who are his people in that place. The ones who don't flee, those are the ones who are causing all the trouble that you want to get punished. And they will be most certainly punished.
Uh,
No,
can
I
I
don't
ask a
have a
question?
problem. I don't care if they're Jews or whatever they are. Whoever those people are, the only beef I have with them is their oppressing innocent women and children. And I'm against that. They are apartheiding a whole nation, a whole people. They've been doing it for 70 years. If they were Greek, my own nation, I'd be fighting against them. I don't care what nationality. If they were Canadian or French, I would still be fighting against them. Just like I was the Afrikaners, which were what were they, Dutch or whatever they were from Europe, subjugating the black Africans.
So even when you're, asking me who's the real Jew over there, right? Well, how do you define Jew? What is a Jew to you? And if a Jew
I
to
don't
you
care.
is the one,
It's
well,
meaningless.
let me just ask you, if a Jew to you is what's described on Family Guy and the latest news clip and the latest propaganda or whatever, right? Then what are we really talking about? So
We're talking. I'll tell you what we're
identify.
talking.
Yeah.
We're talking about a people that your country has been funding for 70 years. Those funds have been directed to subjugating a people. That's what I'm talking about. I don't care if they're Jews, if they're Greek, Italian, I don't care what nation they are. We should not be supporting them, and we should be stopping the segregation of human beings.
Well, I don't think our country could do when we're over here murdering unborn children and telling people you can be what you want to be just because you're born this way, you can be another way. There's no, you have no room to say anything, man.
Changing the
Canada,
subject.
Canada, for instance, Canada specifically, you guys have no room to say anything, man. Hate speech? Really? I can't hate something? I can't hate wickedness? I can't speak out against it? I mean, when that thing first started happening in Canada, like, what was it, late 90s, early 2000s, I was telling all the preachers around my area, that's coming here, man. That's coming here.
You're
This
changing the
ridiculous.
subject, bro. Changing the subject. You know you're changing the subject.
No, it's not a change of subject. I'm answering you specifically. We have no room to say nothing. You said we need to stop it. We can't stop that when we're murdering unborn children here, bro. You want us to go stop the murdering of children who are running around on the street and women and men who are running around on the street in one place when that's happening in a greater number right next door in Africa? You want to point out this specific place and say, "Oh, these atrocities are going on here and women and children are dying." But travel about 800 miles Women and children are dying in greater numbers. Same area. Then come over here to America. How many children are killed every day, bro? They're murdered. So nobody has room to do anything or say anything because judgment's coming for everyone. It's going to start over there, but it's coming for everyone, man. All of these countries who allow all these things to happen, you're upset about Israel, be upset about Canada, what's going on in Canada. Change it because it's ridiculous. The stupidity of me not being able to hate something that's wicked or speak out against it, that's ridiculous, man. To put up with, oh man, murdering unborn children.
You're deflecting now. That's called
It's the
deflecting.
same thing, bro. We're talking about murdering innocent lives. It's the same thing. You just
I'm
want to
against
go
that. I'm against
5,000
that. I'm
miles
with
from
you on
where I
that.
am.
But why can't you be with me on what I'm talking about? Why must you deflect?
I've been with you. I said everyone over there who does wickedness, everyone who's in that land, they're going to be judged and punished for what they're doing. Not
What about
everyone
here?
there is righteous. I do not support the government of any nation when it acts wickedly. And I most certainly don't support them near at
Do you,
all.
do
So
you
what
have
I'm
to be
telling
a
you
government
is,
agency to act wickedly?
say what?
Do you have to be a government agency or acting on behalf of a country in order to act wickedly?
I didn't catch the very last part of what you said. You don't
Do
have to
you,
be a government entity to be acting in accordance with the government. No. What are you saying?
never mind. All good. Go ahead.
Yeah, North. Do you think of yourself as a Jew then, or by your definition? I'm sort of confused of the. Is it the new covenant from Jesus or something like that? I mean, help me out. Do you think yourself a Jew then, just because it's not really, it's a sort of inward thing? Is that it? Or have I got that
No,
wrong?
it kind of it kind of goes all the way back to, who was God's people. Like Noah and I had this discussion the other day. God's ways and his laws are given to his people. And so those people were considered to be his people, right? Even when you say the word Jews. And so the behavior they're going to have has to be in line with the behavior that he gave them, which is the opposite of wickedness and the opposite of saying another human or another person is less than human. Those things are, yeah. It's
Right,
not.
and that's confirmed with those who say they are Jews but are not Jews, right?
Well, those who say they are Jews and are not Jews could be um,
Those of the synagogue
people.
of Satan,
Yeah,
specifically
it could
speaking.
be people
So it's like
just.
if they're not acting on behalf of that man, acting
Well,
on
well,
behalf.
from the Jewish from listening to the rabbis and whatnot, they talk about how the Christians are worshiping Satan. So I don't think it really. I don't know. It seems a bit of a shitty situation when everybody thinks we've got the right God, you've got the wrong God, right?
Well,
That's a bit weird.
it's just how you representing God. You might be speaking of the same God using the same personal name that He has, but people misrepresent. Hence, they're counterfeits. Hence, they're not called by Him to give you the instructions that He gave. So there's many of those, bro. And it's like I tell people all the time, man. You will waste your time if you're just going to this man and seeing what he says. Like Andy, if you listen to this rabbi, and then you go listen to this rabbi, and then you go listen to this preacher and Pastor Bob, you listen to all these people. It's a waste of time. If they're really right, if any of them are right, and there is a creator, then you need to have that relationship with him and ask him the questions and continue to do it. And I hope you don't mock them while you're doing it, because most people say, "Oh, I've done that," but they do it mockingly. They do it shaking their fist. If you don't tell me now, they do this all the time, and he's not going to answer you like that. He's not going to answer you when you rail against him and say, "You're guilty of this and guilty of that, and I'm guilty of nothing. And I'm asking you why you do things the way you do them. Why are you doing this?"
Damn.
He's not going to answer you, man. It's not going to
That's
happen.
true.
And what Judaism actually teaches that all humans are made in the image of God. That's in Genesis 1:27. God created mankind. So this is understood to be all people, not just Jews.
You know a sign when the subjugation is complete? When the subjects start to identify with the captor. It's called Stockholm Syndrome.
Bruh, who's the captor?
I don't want to say right now because it's gonna maybe
Are
trigger.
you gonna say China and their electric cars again?
No, bro. In this case, it's the religious folk.
No,
Just
who is
come
it?
out and
It's either the government
you're
or
the captured ones. They captured you not by politics. Remember the things that I said before? They captured you through religion. They captured your mind through religion.
Actually, you're actually made free with Christianity and Judaism, I suppose, but Christianity especially. What happened is the government is trying to enslave people. I'm sure you're aware of that. The
Well, that's
creator
the
makes you
political
free.
wing. They have that
You-
captured as well. Look at your politicians in the States.
What do
Check
you
and
mean
see how many of
your?
them
Why do you always
from
do
are
this
Jewish descent. Let me
Canadian
finish.
versus
It's
American
triggering.
thing?
Hold on. Then check your movie and your news channel. That's another way to get you, right? They got that covered as well.
You guys have all the same tariffs on everything we do too. Why do you always do this American versus Canadian thing?
It's not an
SE would just
American versus Canadian, bro. I'm just telling you facts. How they capture the imagination of the people. And you just don't want to see it. I told you, religious, political, financial. I laid it out to you. You just don't want to see it, bro.
But SE, think about this. All these religious systems, like these churches that you speak of and their preachers and their congregations, do you think these people are actually making a dent and a change in the world and affecting, leaders in such a way that they can orchestrate all these things to happen? Because what I see is a bunch of people being led around by other blind people. So it's just blind people leading around other blind people. The preacher being blind
North,
and
you're a
thinking
good
that
man,
he's
bro. I love you as a brother, but you're a fine example. Your mind is gone, bro. Your mind has been captured by this religious propaganda. You're a perfect example. I'm
Do you
sorry, bro,
think,
but
actually, well, let me ask you, do you think that I just read the book and I was convinced, or do you think some man taught me some things and I just bought into the propaganda, and so therefore what you're saying is true? Do you think that was my experience? Because neither of those things is true. So let
no,
me
I
ask
don't
you,
know
what do you
how you
think
felt
happened to
to it,
me?
but you fell to it, bro. It's obvious. You're preaching the word. You're preaching the exact words. You're saying the exact things they want
What
you to
words?
say. You have
No, no,
been
no, no.
taken
If
over,
I could,
yes, by Zionist propaganda, bro.
Hey,
can I
Yes.
interrupt?
wait a
Like
minute.
which
Wait,
blueprint he's speaking?
please let me address this. So he said, I'm saying the exact words that they're saying. I don't know how many times you've heard me on here, SC, with believers and different folks that claim to be believing in the same book, but I'm not saying the same thing they are. And I'm not saying, and if I'm telling you that judgment is coming upon Israel and the holy city is going to be taken, I'm clearly not saying the same thing the Zionists are telling you, am I? And
Well,
clearly,
you got
SC,
your own
please.
twist to it, but yeah, it's basically, the takeover. They deserve it. It's coming, the wrath, the rapture, that whole
They
story, bro.
deserve it. I didn't say they deserve. What are you talking about, bro? I've never said any of these things. Don't turn into Noah, bro. Don't straw man me. Don't
Okay,
turn
not
into
deserve.
Noah.
You didn't say that no matter what, it's coming to Israel. It's written. All nations are going to turn against Israel. Did you not say that?
Yeah. What does that
Okay.
have to do with they deserve? No, no, no. You said they deserve. They're going to get
Okay,
Israel.
I take back they
You're
deserve.
saying two different things now, man. You're backing up. So
Yeah,
look.
I'm backing up. Yeah, listen
Okay.
carefully. I'm taking back they deserve. Okay?
Okay. Thank you. So I'm
You're
clearly
welcome.
not saying the same thing. What same thing specifically am I saying to you that those who are feeding people the propaganda are saying specifically, because that's what you said to me, right?
Right. You're
Um,
using the book that I believe was written by these people, right? And you're trying to use that book and prophesize and the way you speak of this is coming and that is coming. And what I'm trying to tell you is that's the plan. You're using their book, and this is part of their plan, and you're talking, about the coming and all this stuff. That's part of the plot.
So the part of the plot, see, this is how it doesn't make sense, SE. Part of the plot, if I wrote the book, would not be for you to come take my land that I'm living in while I'm writing the book and making you buy into the propaganda of coming to destroy my place and murder my wife and child and myself at the same time. I'm not going to tell you that. And specifically, I'm not going to tell every nation on the earth to come against me, because if I'm hiding out in one of those other nations, you see what I'm saying? They're gonna find you, bro. So it doesn't even matter where you are if you are in another nation. I'm just telling you, it's completely stupid for someone to write their own destruction into a script that they're trying to control people with. If you're going to give the people
Write that, bro.
if
Hold
you're
on.
going to give them the
They wrote,
highway to get
let
to
me
your
finish.
place, if
They
you give
wrote
them,
in their. Can I
go
speak?
ahead. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay. They wrote in their book that when that they're going to let the Jews and the Christians fight, and they're going to take over. When their Messiah comes, they're going to take over. That's what they have written in their book, right? So I don't know what you're talking about if they wrote their destruction. Maybe you're talking about the Christian version of their book. But in
No.
their book, it clearly states, yes, that you're going to be one of, they even say how many slaves they're going to get.
Who are you talking
167
about
or
now? Are
something.
you talking about Muslims or are you talking about Israelites? Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about Jews.
Okay, wait a minute. So if you're talking about Jews, then they all are going to understand, if they're anything of a Jew, if they are a Jew, they're going to go by the Torah and the prophets. Now, the prophets specifically, multiple prophets, speak about the coming, taking of Jerusalem and destruction and murder of people and ravishing of women. If several times this has happened, right? And the prophet said it was going to happen, and it happened. So have they been writing into their own destruction multiple times and even in the future? It's ridiculous, man. So whoever it is that's in the family of the Jewish people that is writing those things to bring their own destruction, you guys need to find out who that is, because he has a lot of power, because he's making the whole world act upon it. So that's what I'm telling you. It's not reasonable to say that this is just a script written by man and they're going to write in their own destruction to their own people group. But what other man
I
or
didn't say
people
that,
group do
bro.
you
I
know?
said the contrary. I just told you. Address what I said. Is it true? You know more about this stuff than I do, right? So address what I said. Is it true that the Jews believe when their Messiah comes that they're going to inherit the earth? They're going to take over the earth. They're going to rule over the Gentiles, right? And they're going to have us as slaves. Do I
No.
have that information correct? Yes or no?
No, that's not according to the text. So according to the text, if they say they go by the law and the prophets, according to multiple prophets, anyone from another land, like any stranger, foreigner, whoever it is that's non-Jewish, if they come into the land during that time, they're considered an Israelite, just like it was when they left Egypt. So when they left Egypt, you were considered an Israelite just as a son of an Israelite father, and you were treated as such back then and in the future. So the prophet says that in the future that these other people will have an inheritance in the land and be just as good or just as one born in the land, considered an Israelite. Okay? So they'll have the same. It's not one's going to be the other's slave. They're going to be the same. They're going to receive their portions. Now, there are going to be different offices of different peoples, just like there are today. But that doesn't mean no one's going to be anyone's slave and serve other people. So that part they got wrong. No, that's not in the text. So in the text, that's not there, right?
So if I find you, rabbis, on film saying exactly what